And a big good morning, folks, and welcome to Whiteriver here in County Louth. We have a fabulous day of racing ahead, and we're going to get it underway straight away. It is the Rotax Max Challenge round number 2 after a very successful round 1 up north. We're getting straight into things after a very successful morning warm-up. It's the Rotax Micro Maxes who are out first. Cadet Carters, but trust me, they are wise beyond their years when it comes to racing. 16 corners they'll be tackling here around the 1.2 kilometre full circuit at Whiteriver, not the small 900 metre ones. So the carts get to stretch their legs that little bit more heading through the downhill left-hander. It'll be a 6-minute plus 1 lap heat to start us off here with the Micro Maxes. And we have a grid of 8 who'll be coming to the start-finish line. Of course, these guys racing for just, well, I say just, a lot of fabulous prizes on offer here at the Rotax Max Challenge. There's a total of €50,000 on the line in the overall prize fund, and there's a lot of prizes in between. We'll get into some of those later on this afternoon, but for now, let's focus on these young carters and their racing. 125cc restricted 2-stroke engine in the back of these. About 10 horsepower, but on a big long track they can get up to quite high top speeds. Coming towards the line then, you can see just getting in towards single file and then 2x2 to start this race. Through the final corner now, then it's going to be Corey Lyons who will lead us to the line. He's looking to get the jump, and now we go racing for the first race today here in Whiteriver. Brilliant start by the 162 of Harry Tyley in towards turn number 1. Going to have the outside line, and no, has to defend. Brilliant battling in through there. Conor Keown as well as involved to the downhill turn 2 and 3. Important to get these first couple of corners right. We have one straggler out on track. That's Alex Murray, who's just getting up to speed here on his first day out in the Rotax Micro Maxes. Brilliant fighting between these two, and I think that is Keown, who's just got ahead of Corey Lyons heading into the back part of the circuit. Corey Lyons, of course, great day last time out in Nuts Corner. Overall winner and leading the championship ahead of this weekend. And as they head just up towards the paddock building now, it is Lyons who is in second place, so he's lost the race lead. It is the 117 of Jaden McElhenney who is your leader from Donegal, flying on this opening lap. 5 minutes to go now, about a minute a lap round here in these Micro Maxes. And it is Jaden McElhenney who has the race lead. 1 minute and 6 to be exact. Corey Lyons in second. Harry Tyley is in third, ahead of Harley Brereton in fourth. And then up 3 spots in the opening lap is Ollie Williamson. That's a fabulous opening lap for him. Then it's Ben Daly who's in 6th. Conor Keown in poor first lap, down 5 spots. He's currently in 7th. And then, of course, Alex Murray rounding out the field in 8th position. McElhenney with a couple of cart lengths ahead of Corey Lyons now as they're heading in towards turn number 8 and 9. 2 right-handers after a very, very fun downhill left. McElhenney, Lyons, and 3rd place Harry. Just edging ahead of 4th and 5th of Brereton and Williamson, but it is Jaden McElhenney who still has a nice lead. Corey Lyons under a lot of pressure in 2nd position here, and he's got a poor run out of the final 2 corners. The 162 of Harry Tyley might look to chuck one up the inside. Not quite close enough just yet, but heading through turn 2 and 3 will take a tighter line. There's 2 lines through here, and you can see Harry just drifting a lot wider. And then Corey, just looking to get that run. Corey Lyons doing everything and very quick through this first part of the lap to try catch Jaden McElhenney. Harry Tyley, of course, second last time out in Nuts Corner behind Corey Lyons. So McElhenney is the spanner in the works here. 1st and 2nd in the championship, are 2nd and 3rd here in heat number 1. Of course, these 3 heat points will set the grid for the final, where they'll be racing for the returning and elusive C plate here at the Race of Champions. The return of plate racing in Irish karting, and all these young guys will want to win that. McElhenney just under a tad of pressure as they're heading back towards the paddock building. And onto the start-finish straight. 3 minutes to go. Fastest lap of the race last time round for McElhenney, which goes to show how close it is. Sorry, he was beaten by Corey Lyons, so he did set the fastest lap, but Lyons just went that lot quicker on a 58.4. So Corey Lyons really starting to turn up the wick here late race, and he's almost looking for a move down the inside, but not quite on. Jaden McElhenney still in the race lead of this one. Harry Tyley in the 162 just keeping behind. A little bit further back then, it is still Harley Brereton and Ollie Williamson fighting for 4th and 5th. There's a couple of cart lengths between them in that battle for 4th, and then it's Ben Daly in 6th and Alex Murray who's out in 7th. First race for young Alex Murray of Murray Motorsport, and I'm sure that'll be a name we'll see here in Whiteriver for quite some time, but he is going to act as a little bit of lap traffic for these top 3, so they'll have to try and navigate around that in a couple of minutes time. But 2 minutes and 15 to go here for the first race, and the first race of this Rotax Micro Max race. Jaden McElhenney, quick glance over the shoulder, very aware of his surroundings, and the surroundings is and he's pulled a couple of tenths on Corey Lyons, 2 tenths last time round, and you can see Harry Tyley looking for this one, and Alex Murray is going to just pull out of the way there. Really well done by Alex to get out of the way of the top 3. They all dive down the inside, and these carters are not going to wait for a second time to pull an overtake. They go for it immediately, and that's what makes this racing fabulous. McElhenney just a little bit off the apex, heading through the sweeping left, and that invites Corey Lyons to maybe try a move as they head onto the back straight. Just can't quite get an advantage over Jaden McElhenney, matching him absolutely, but just can't quite get an advantage to get in front. To be 2 more laps in this one, in the opening heat of the Micro Maxes. You can see Harry Tiley looking for the move in towards turn 15, but wasn't able to get it in the 162. That's put him a couple of tenths behind, so Corey Lyons now has a chance. And a free shot at Jaden McElhenney in the lead of this race. Doesn't go for the race lead. Slow through turn 2 is Corey Lyons, trying to get the up and under. That invites Tiley back into this one. And Jaden McElhenney all over his shoulder, looking to see where Corey Lyons is placing his cart. And there's a move and an attempt from Harry Tiley, looking for this one down the inside. Wasn't able to find it, but looking and eager to get into second place into this one and give himself a right shot at beating Corey Lyons come the final this afternoon. Wasn't able to do so last time out in round 1. We'll be looking to do so here in round 2. We'll get 2 more from now, actually, so they've just about got round in time. There's 10 seconds left on the clock, plus a lap, of course. So we'll get 2 more here around Whiteriver, and I think Corey Lyons might need 2 more, because McElhenney just stretching ahead ever so slightly once again. Just about doing enough to stay in front of this race. Corey Lyons second, and then it is Harry Tiley in third. Still fourth it's fourth for Ollie Williamson now, I should say, so he has managed to get past Harley Burton. That is in the battle for fourth. Those two having a dogfight on their own terms, out on their own here at the circuit, having good fun in the Micro Maxes. But Jaden McElhenney in the front of this one, still just in front. Corey Lyons not able to find a way past. Harry Tiley sitting waiting for something to happen. We'll have 1 more as they cross the start-finish line. In towards turn number 14. Jaden McElhenney now with about 3 tenths in hand, and Tiley dives one down the inside. What an opportunistic move from Harry. Caught Corey Lyons napping. I think Lyons was trying to tee up the final 2 corners to go for the race lead, and he's been caught napping for second. That's a brilliant move by the 162. Corey Lyons tries it back down the inside. Has got it done. I'll have the inside line for turn number 2 and 3. That's brilliant defensive driving from Corey Lyons, and he is back up into second place. Lost it very, very, very briefly indeed, but brilliant second position for Corey Lyons. Great move. That gives McElhenney the breathing room that he needed in the front of this one to drive it home to the finish. But Harry Tiley and Corey Lyons, brilliant little battle there. It was the fastest lap of the race last time round for Harry, when he got the move done on Corey Lyons. Is he close enough to go for it again? No, doesn't seem to be. So it seems like Corey Lyons has had a much better lap here after retaking the place with a neat move down the inside through turn number 2. But Jaden McElhenney will round through the final couple of corners, and it'll be a great start to the morning here in County Louth as Harry's gone down the inside once again. Second time is the charm for Harry, as Corey Lyons tries to drag race him to the line. He's lost that one. Corey will be sick. Harry Tiley diving down the inside again in towards the second final corner, and he has got the job done, and it will be second place. But Jaden McElhenney, your heat winner to start us out here at the Rotax Max Challenge in the Micro Maxes. Excellent performance there from Jaden McElhenney, and after a stuck throttle issue in round number 1, he's returned in good form. Third in the championship. We'll be looking to lead it come the end of the afternoon. So your full results: it is Jaden McElhenney who takes the win, Harry Tiley in second, and then it is Corey Lyons in third, showing up 5th on the timing screen, but did come home just behind Harry. Ollie Williamson then in third, Harley Burton. Ollie Williamson in 4th, I should say. Harley Burton in 5th with Ben Daly 6th, and then Alex Murray coming home in 7th. So that's a great start to the morning. Rotax Micro Maxes. Great little battle there between the 162 and the 114 of Harry Tiley and Corey Lyons. Next up, we have the Rotax Mini Maxes, and quite a big grid of this. Last time out in this corner, of course, it was Noah McFarlane who was your victor. 40 points in the heats, and then winning the final, of course, to lead the championship. Quite an esteemed carter is Noah McFarlane, but we'll have more on that in a moment. So it's your Rotax Mini Maxes who are out on track now. Once again, 2-stroke restricted, 125cc engine. Slightly quicker these, and for slightly older carters. The pole for this one goes to Cavan Hayes in the 207, so he'll be starting at the front. From Cratloe, County Clare. Racing for Sprat Racing, I should say. The Novice Cadet, Motorsport Ireland 2024 champion, and the LKC Winter 2024 champion as well. Plans to move to Junior Max next year, and looking to make a name for himself here in Mini Max. We're all formed up, approaching the final couple of corners. Marshall's actually telling him to speed up, which is not something you usually see as we approach the tram lines. Cavan Hayes will be looking for a good race start. Let's put pedal to the metal and we go racing once again. Cahan Knox, great start on the outside as well, but it will be Hayes who leads in towards turn number 1. There's a lot of argy-bargy heading through that first corner and in towards turn number 2. You can see a lot of movement, especially in those 3rd and 4th positions. Brogan McDonald getting a good start, as has Toby Picken. Side by side then in towards turn number 4 and 5. There's a little bit of a nudge, but it seems like Cahan Knox has got away with it, and he is up and in the lead of this race very early on. Alex Riley getting a good start, as did Jude Duvant. It seems like Noah McFarlane right at the back of this one and will have to work his way through. That's a big lead as they enter back in towards eye shot of the paddock. And it is Alex Riley who's in the lead as they head across the line to complete the first lap. Charlie Blair second, Oliver Meredith third, Noah McFarlane. Yeah, starting from the back, we said he's up 9 positions. 4th for Noah McFarlane. Cavan Hayes losing 4 off the race start, so not ideal for him. Cahan Knox losing 10. We saw him going side by side in towards the first couple of corners with Cavan Hayes, but they've both lost an awful lot of position. So it's Alex Riley who leads, Charlie Blair second, Oliver Meredith in third, and then there's Noah McFarlane, Cavan Hayes, Ethan Robinson, Brogan McDonald ahead of Isaac Ford, Toby Picken and Ben Lalu in 10th. Then it is Andrew McCullough, Cahan Knox and Jude Devant who round out the order, but this is a healthy lead for Alex Riley who's running away with this one early on. 5 minutes and 20 to go, plus a lap of course. Alex Riley racing for Oren Henry Racing, the 2024 TKC Cadet Champion, as they all duck into the seats, maximising the straight line speed. It is still Alex Riley in the lead of this one, setting blistering fastest laps. The only man in the 53s I should say, to start this race. Charlie Blair, comfortable second, but it's a lot closer between Oliver Meredith and Noah McFarlane in 3rd and 4th. A little bit further back, no movers or shakers on that second lap, but all fairly line astern here in the Mini Max. It's just getting up to speed. We'll see a lot quicker lap times come the end of the day when they're all used to this track that little bit more. Most of them having raced around Whiteriver here, fabulous circuit of course. It still takes that little bit to get up to speed. Well, actually I say that, if you look at the track it will tell you something different, because Alex Riley is absolutely flying away with this one in the 287. Second position then of course 205 is Charlie Blair, and Oliver Meredith teammate behind, or sorry not teammate but in 204 behind in the same colours. Third place Oliver Meredith under a little bit of pressure here from last time out's winner Noah McFarlane. But overall there's 2 free kart lengths between them all. It's fairly calm out on circuit here as far as Mini Max goes. Second last time out for Alex Riley, just losing to Noah McFarlane of course, so looking to maximise the points here and get the best starting spot possible for the final and have a good championship run. Wants to win the C plate of course here at the Race of Champions for RMC, the return of it, the return of plate racing, just one of many we have coming up this year. Brogan McDonald having to get defensive in towards turn number 2. Brogan just ahead of Isaac Ford in the battle for 7th. Still the same as they ran last lap. Alex Riley leading, Charlie Blair 2nd, Oliver Meredith 3rd, and Noah McFarlane in 4th. Cavan Hayes in 5th, Ethan Robinson 6th, Brogan McDonald 7th, and it is Isaac Ford, Toby Picken, Ben Lalu, Andrew McCullough, Cahan Knox, and Jude Duvant to round out the 13. But Alex Riley looking at a 3-4 second lead now, entering in towards the second sector. The real battle here is between Brogan McDonald and Isaac Ford in 7th. Brogan, you can see in the black and orange cart with the green helmet, and then it is Isaac behind in the white. Brogan, of course, from County Armagh. Will be a little bit disappointed with how the football went yesterday, potentially, although most people around the paddock here are looking forward to football, given we are in the Loudmead border. We've a slow car down on track, and someone's had to pull off. Oh, that's very disappointing. What number is that? It looks to me as if that could be... Is that Alex Riley who's pulled off in the 287? No, I don't think it is. Very disappointing, though, as there's only 1:40 left in this one, so it is very close to the race end. Just stopped heading through turn 3 and 4 out of nowhere. Some form of a technical issue, so the team will have to get that. I think it was Ethan Robinson. It was Ethan Robinson in the number 222 who's had that issue. The 2022, of course, Northern Ireland Karting Association Bambino champion, not having a good start to the day here in Whiteriver. That's disappointing for Eton, but they'll get that fixed. They'll get back out later this morning and have a good run at Heat 2 and Heat 3. Minutes ago then, Alex Riley dominant at the front of this one by quite a margin as well. Second place, Charlie Blair, running very strong indeed. Oliver Meredith not quite as comfortable, as he's having to defend from Noah McFarlane, but doing a stellar job at it. McFarlane down the inside, contact made. Little bit of a nudge from Noah McFarlane in the 229, but rubbing his racing, as they say. Oliver Meredith not too happy with that one and tries to immediately go for the move back. Might have a lunge in towards turn number 1, but Noah McFarlane from almost nowhere. It's not too often you see a move down the inside in towards turn number 13. They're usually teeing one up in towards the final couple of corners, but really excellent move from Noah McFarlane. Caught both myself and Oliver Meredith napping with that one. He's had a little bit of trouble in the first sector though, so Meredith is hot on his heels heading through the sweeping left of turn 7 and 8 and up the hill into the back part of the circuit. Alex Riley still comfortable at this, but we're looking at the battle for the final podium place in 3rd. Not much of a points difference between 3rd and 4th. The pride difference is significant, and now McFarlane very quick through these couple of corners. You can see why he made the move stick, but he's a little bit slidey there, and Meredith might be looking to try and make the move. We're on to the last lap of this one, so one more trip round for Alex Riley to take a comfortable start to the day. Hasn't been comfortable for everyone else. Brogan McDonald in that battle of 7 that we were talking about earlier is a lot more comfortable than he was, leading by about 4 tenths ahead of Isaac Ford. Meredith still right on the back of Noah McFarlane. These two have raced many a time together out on circuit, and racing once again here at Whiteriver. Alex Riley rounding through the final couple of corners now to take a comfortable win. And that'll be a nice start to the morning, just cruising, heading through turn number 14 and 15. So it will be Riley who takes the win here with the fastest lap as well. Only man in the 53s, as it is going to be Charlie Blair comfortable second. McFarlane just about gets past Meredith and just about gets 3rd place. Oliver Meredith and Noah McFarlane providing the goods. In the Mini Maxes, it'll be Cavan Hayes who comes home in 5th. Brogan McDonald then in 6th. Isaac Ford will get 7th. Toby Picken in 8th and Ben Lalu in 9th. Andrew McCullough then comes home in 10th. Cahan Knox 11th. Jude Duvant 12th. And then unfortunate for young Ethan Robinson, with about 4 minutes to go, had to pull off while heading through the first couple of corners with some sort of technical issues. So that is the Mini Maxes. Great win for Alex Riley, and one we will be looking at for the rest of the morning. Junior Max is up next. So Junior Max is up now, and it's going to be Conan Warnock who will start at the front of this one in the number 304. As they're heading towards the tram lines now. It's going to be Warnock who's on the inside as we go racing once again here at Whiteriver. Good start from Jason Park on the outside, but Conan Warnock will still be leading, and third place has got the up and under on them both. So that is a brilliant move. Warnock caught out there, falls to second, Jason Park falling to third. Good start for TJ Taff as well in the mid-pack, currently sits about fifth. We've had a couple of stragglers there. I think Josh McDonnell has had a poor enough getaway, as it seems Rory Armstrong is towards the back as well, but that could all change once they come past the timing line. Good start for Liam Hagan, I think it was, who got the up and under. But we'll confirm that as they cross the timing beam, of course. Last time out it was Rory Armstrong, who's almost becoming king of the Junior Maxes at this point. Rory Armstrong who won in Nuts Corner, and you can see Caden Warnock just struggling a little bit as they enter towards the paddock building. It's Adam Holmes who is your leader, not Liam O'Hagan, apologies. Adam Holmes from nearby County Meath. It is Conan Warnock in second, Ben McCloughery then in third, TJ Taff up to fourth, Jason Park and Liam O'Hagan both down 3 to fifth and sixth, Wesley Brereton then in seventh, Rory Armstrong in eighth, Josh McDonnell in ninth then. Your 9 Carters in this one. Slightly longer race again, this one. It's 8 minutes plus a lap, and we've 6:30 left of it. Adam Holmes just stretching out of the front of this one. It seems like if you get in front early on, you're able to pull away here at Whiteriver. Conan Warnock not able to pull away as easy, and he's under pressure from Ben McCloughery. Just getting out of shape, heading through turn number 12 and 13 every lap, struggling through that double left-hander. Under pressure from Ben McCloughery, a T4 winner around Kiltorkin a few times, and 2023 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup mini-series champ. Of course, he's won in the Rotaxes as well, in Northern Ireland's Rotax Interclass. But it is Adam Holmes who has a comfortable lead so far, ahead of second place Conan Warnock. And then, just like it was last time out, it's very close in the battle between third and fourth. TJ Taff putting the pressure on Ben McCloughery here, and TJ is hot on his heels. TJ, you can see, yellow helmet, blue suit, green cart, very multicolourful. But putting the pressure on McCloughery in towards turn number 1. Might be a dive into turn number 2 if he's brave enough. No, pivots for the outside, and he's going to opt for the up and under through turn number 2. A lot of different lines you can take through there. Some carters like a wide line, some like to take the nice tight inside line. There is a bump on the outside of that corner you've got to be very careful of. If you bobble over that, you'll lose a lot of lap time. Taff just having a poor downhill left-hander and has lost a little bit of time to McCloughery, so McCloughery is now free to attack Warnock in towards the second part of the lap. All strong in different parts of the lap, these guys are, which is leading to a nice close battle. As now Warnock dives down the inside, or sorry, McCloughery I should say, dives down the inside of Warnock. Very brave manoeuvre, and that is Ben McCloughery, who is ahead of Warnock. TJ Taff still in fourth. It seems like Warnock just getting swallowed up a little bit here, runs a little bit wide. That invites Taft through, and you don't have to ask young TJ twice to go for an overtake. He takes that one without a second of thought. Noticed the mistake, dove down the inside. Job done for the RD man. So it is Adam Holmes still in the lead of this one, and then Ben McCloughery in second, TJ Taff up to third, Conan Warnock in fourth, Jason Park in fifth, ahead of Liam O'Hagan, Wesley Brereton and Rory Armstrong. Wesley Brereton, one of 4 of the Breretons out here today in Whiteriver. As Warnock pushing through that final corner to try and get back at TJ Taff. Behind them, Rory Armstrong is starting to push Jason Park here. Rory Armstrong in the 305, last year's Junior Max Irish Grand Prix winner. Had a couple of incidents in Nuts Corner that morning and then fought back to take a very impressive win. Almost sounds like how this race has gone for Rory Armstrong. Starting from the back, looking to push through and potentially take a win come 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. Adam Holmes, comfortable lead in this one so far. Ben McCloughery in second. TJ Taff up to third. Taff not able to pull away from Warnock like Ben McCloughery did, however. So TJ is still going to be under pressure coming into the late part of this race. Conan Warnock, of course, racing for Warnock Motorsport from County Down. And he's gelling more at the track than he was a couple laps ago. Looking a lot more comfortable, especially through that final sector. So we'll be happy with that. Did a personal best on the last lap, did Conan Warnock, and was actually a tenth of a second quicker than Taff. But the fast lap of this race, of course, does belong to Adam Holmes, who's storming out from into this one. Limo Hagen starting to pick up the pace a little bit down in 7th. He's just gone into the 51s for the first time. It's not a bad lap at all there by Limo Hagen, and is actually putting the pressure on Jason Park. Armstrong has got past Jason Park, so Rory Armstrong now up to 5th position in this one as they cross the start-finish line once again. Still as close as ever in the battle for 3rd, still as far away as ever in the battle for the race lead is Adam Holmes. Little bit of a mistake for Ben McCloughery through the first sector, just bouncing over a curb very harshly. That'll lose him a couple of tenths, but nothing disastrous in regards to the battle for 2nd. TJ Taff still just in front of Warnock. This is going to be ever so frustrating for Warnock because he's about a tenth of a second a lap quicker, but no more, and that's not allowing him to pass, because it's one thing to catch the guy in front, it's a totally other thing to pass, and Warnock is finding that out the hard way here. He's going to have that the Taff name that's engraved in the back of TJ's suit in his mind for the next few hours after this race is going on Warnock. Rory Armstrong flying now in 5th position, was 0.3 of a second quicker than the battle in front of him, all three of them on the last lap. Doesn't have enough time to do anything about it in this race, really. We will have 2 more laps to go here in the Junior Maxes, but impressive pace for Rory Armstrong, and TJ Taff is under a lot of pressure now from Conan Warnock. Warnock's had a great middle sector. TJ Taff is under a little bit of pressure in towards the final sector. Warnock hooking up turn number 12 and 13 a lot better here, and in towards 14, 15 and 16. Just leaning through the corners, head ducked down on the straight, trying to maximise everything. As we're on to the second last lap here of heat number 1 of the Junior Maxes. Of course, these Junior Maxes have a fabulous prize if they're successful in the championship. They'll get a test with thanks to Murray Motorsport in a junior mini around Mondello Park. TJ won't need that test. Of course, he's racing there himself this season. Finished 5th in the championship last season. Had a strong start in round number 1, but a couple of car issues in the second race didn't really allow him to get a big points haul. But racing both kart and car is TJ Taff. And he's racing Conan Warnock for 3rd here. Warnock got right close in towards the downhill right-hander, but wasn't able to go for the move. One more lap then for Adam Holmes, and he'll see this one home, pardon the pun. It is 2nd then for Ben McCloughery, and 3rd, of course, for Taff, who we were talking about. No movers or shakers down the grid, still the same, and they're still running as they were. Adam Holmes then flying in this one, very comfortable lead to the tune of about 5 seconds at this point over 2nd place Ben McCloughery, and he's around through the final couple of corners. Wrestled his way to the front at the start of this one and has a comfortable lead. Meads Adam Holmes takes victory in the opening heat. 2nd place will go to Ben McCloughery, and TJ Taff almost lost 3rd for the final corner. Conan Warnock eventually eventually had his go and tried to move up the inside, but it was too little too late for Conan Warnock, who'll have to settle for fourth. Rory Armstrong, impressive pace towards the end of that race. It was a 51.2 on the last lap for Rory Armstrong, about a fingernail off the fastest lap. Jason Park then in 6th, Liam O'Hagan in 7th. And Wesley Burton in 8th spot. That'll round out the Junior Maxes. Next up is, of course, our biggest grid of the day. It's the Rotax Senior Max class, the showpiece at most of Ireland's events, coming up in just a few moments. Rotax Senior Maxes up now here at Whiteriver. Heat number 1 for them. And it's Aaron Coogan who starts on pole position from County Kilkenny, racing for Oran Henry Racing. 7th last time out for Aaron. Picked up 34 points in the heats and got 7th in the finals. So it's 7th in the championship, but a real opportunity here. Try and make something of heat number 1, starting at the front. So get ready, final tyre preparations. A lot of weaving going on to get these Senior Max carts up to temp. Whiteriver at the best of times isn't nice on your tyre temperatures. It can get quite cold here in the middle of Louth. It's all very, very slow. Heading in towards the final corners, the marshals might be telling them to pick this one up a little bit, but Aaron Coogan will still be looking for a good launch. Heading through the final corner, 20 of them. He's into the tram lines. Puts the foot down as we go racing. Great start for Aaron Coogan. It's number 420 of Ruben Kernahan, who's looking for the inside, but Coogan still leads. Kernahan in 2nd. 3rd place then Sean Cooney, and Noah Taylor is in 4th. They're side by side for 5th and 6th. As they head down the hill for the first time. Single file for the most part, but it is still Aaron Coogan who leads. It's not been often this morning that the pole sitter has led the opening lap, but seems like that's the way this one is going to go. A lot harder to pass than these Senior Maxes, of course, compared to some of the smaller carts we had on display this morning. And just as I say that, the commentators curse for Aaron Coogan. Down the inside goes Ruben Kernahan. Brilliant move and gets the job done up to 1st place, and an excellent start for Ruben leading here. Noah Taylor in 3rd. Then it is going to be Dylan McDermott in 4th. Sean Cooney in 5th. Keith Burke in 6th. Then it is Connor Smith, Carter Mooney, Kevin Shannon, Ruben Byrne, Owen Dunn, Zach Leckie, Joseph McMahon. Then it is Jay Larkin, Scott Riley, Nathan Glenn, Nadine Kavanagh, Tyler Bruton, and Josh Allen. As 3rd and 4th side by side as they head down the hill. Noah Taylor, Dylan McDermott. Dylan looking for the move on Noah. Those two battling last time out in Nuts Corner as well, of course. 5th and 6th for Dylan and Noah respectively in the championship, so they are fighting there. There was a little move down the inside almost from Keith Burke, trying to get through the final corner. in the number 54. But no position gain. Speak of Keith Burke, he's pulled off before turn number 2. Disastrous opening heat here for Keith Burke in what was looking promising a mere amount of seconds ago. First commentator's curse of the afternoon, or the morning I should say, and that is Keith Burke, who's pulled and stopped. The yellows are out. He's looking to get going once again. He has got going once again. Has Keith Burke, so he's got going, but miles off the rest of the pack now. And the number 54 will most likely finish last in this one. Terrible, terrible stuff for Keith. Battle for third now as chucked down the inside goes Dylan McDermott. Nice move from Dylan of DMS. The number 408 is ahead of Noah Taylor now. Dylan McDermott from County Roscommon, of course. A winner in Junior Max and Senior Max across a good stretch of about 5 or 6 years, getting the move done on Noah Taylor, and he's now going to try hunt down second place. That's Aaron Coogan, who is still in second place, of course. It is a lot closer at the front of this one than maybe some of our classes that came just before this. So, race leader still Ruben Kernahan, and now Dylan McDermott is right on the heels of Aaron Coogan. He's looking to almost make it 2 in the one lap, which is something rare, and there's a little bit of a nudge between it. Off you go, Aaron, says Dylan, and he sneaks his way through. Little bit of a nudge, might be looked at that one, but Aaron Coogan not going to be too happy. Dylan McDermott going to be delighted, because that's 2 positions in the one lap for Dylan. And he's up ahead into second place. Fastest lap on the last lap as well for Dylan McDermott, 50.4, 0.2 of a second quicker than Ruben Kernahan, and with 4 minutes to go in this, you'd fancy the DMS driver for this race. Flying he is. Noah Taylor going to try and get past Aaron Coogan. Noah walked past me in the paddock earlier. He's got the red suit and the yellow, what looks like a Lewis Hamilton painted helmet, looking reminiscent of the 7-time world champion out on track as well, trying to pull out a move here on Aaron Coogan. Coogan kind of flying race start off pole position, lost the lead in the opening lap but ran a steady second. Now under pressure for 4th. Now only a lap after being overtaken by Dylan McDermott. Through the final corner, Noah Taylor flicks it wide and tries to get the run. Has to try something different to get past. Still Ruben Kernahan in the lead of this one, as a black and white flag has been shown to Nathan Glenn. Kernahan being clawed in by Dylan McDermott now. We could have a battle on our hands in the last couple of laps. Dylan McDermott was 0.2 of a second quicker 2 laps ago, was 0.2 of a second quicker last lap, and dare I say it's going to be even more this time round, because the gap has visibly closing as they cross the start-finish line. 50.8 for Kernahan, McDermott 50.7, so only a tenth that time, but every tenth counts. Noah Taylor still looking to try and get past Aaron Coogan, and they're now under pressure from behind as well. That's Carter Mooney, who is hot on the heels of them. Carter from Dromara, County Down, the 2024 MI Senior Max champion. So coming to this battle with a reputation, which always helps. Fastest lap last time round for Carter Mooney as well. Sorry, no, fastest lap for Carter Mooney, not last time round. Was 0.3 off it last time round, but was still quicker than the battle in front of him. And Coogan now, not Coogan, that is Noah Taylor, hops over a curb, loses a little bit of time, and is now under an awful lot of pressure from Carter Mooney in the DMS card. No move on for Carter through turn 2 and 3. He'll try T1 up maybe in towards turn number 4. He is going to T1 up in towards turn number 4. Dives down the inside. That's a brilliant move from Carter Mooney, right on the limit, but has got it done and is up into 4th place in this race. Cracking stuff from Carter Mooney to get another spot here in the opening heat of the Senior Maxes. He will set his eyes now immediately onto Noah Taylor. Probably fancies his chances here, as we have someone off through the last couple of corners. Can't quite see who that is, but the yellow flags are out. And disappointing stuff. Our second issue in this senior max is, of course, Keith Burke earlier having an issue. It's Jay Larkin who is off in the second final corner in the 4.29. So disappointing there for Jay. A minute to go, plus a lap, of course. As Noah Taylor's lost a couple of spots here, so Carter Mooney getting past. As has Zach Leckie, I think, at this point. So Noah Taylor falling down a couple of spots late in the race. He'll be disappointed by that one. In the race lead, though, Ruben Kernahan still in front. He is holding off any attack from Dylan McDermott so far. But McDermott, starting towards the back in this race, has gained quite a lot of positions, and he is gunning for the race leader. 2 laps to go then around Whiteriver for these senior maxes in the opening heat of the day of the RMC. Remember, winner, or top 3 I should say, in this championship, again, with a fabulous prize from Murray Motorsport, will get a test in a Seat Super Cup in Mondello Park sometime next year. And there's one in the paddock here in Whiteriver thanks to Murray Motorsport. So if you're if you're a senior max carter, you're not listening to me right now, but if you are a senior max mechanic or you're on the spanners and you fancy a look at a Seat Super Cup car, get to the front of the paddock and you can have a sneaky peek at one thanks to Murray Motorsport. 1 lap to go then, and that gap is closing again. It's down to about 0.3 of a second between Ruben Kernahan and Dylan McDermott. 1/10 of a second separates them. Sorry, 1/10 of a second separates them on the last lap. It's about 0.3 of a second on the actual gap on the circuit. Third place then is Carter Mooney and Aaron Coogan. Zach Leckie, just to confirm, did get past Noah Taylor in the battle for 5th. As there's side-by-side action in one of the minor placing battles, and I think that was Nathan Glenn has got a spot. But I think the position 10 has swapped there as well. We'll confirm that as they come towards the line. Ruben Kernahan, I tell you what, he's done a cracking job here, because it all looks like Dylan McDermott was going to be able to claw him in and overtake. But no, that's not how the story has gone, and Ruben Kernahan will take the opening heat here at Whiteriver. Cracking job. Dylan McDermott second with a lot of neat overtaking. Then it'll be third for Carter Mooney, Zach Leckie in fourth with Aaron Coogan in fifth. Noah Taylor will get sixth with Joseph McMahon in seventh. Nathan Glenn in eighth with Ruben Byrne coming home in ninth. Sean Cooney will take 10th out of Owen Dunn in 11th. Keith Shannon then in 12th with Connor Smith in 13th. Tyler Britton in 14th. One of the 4 Brittons, of course, as we said, racing today. Scott Riley in 16th. Nadine Kavanagh in 17th. Keith Burke and Jay Larkin, of course, both not getting to the checker. Both having issues early on in this race. So, Kernahan, McDermott, Mooney, your podium in Heat 1 of the Senior Maxes. 2 more to come up for the opening heats before we move on to Heat 2. We have, of course, the Senior Max 177s, and then our guest class here at the RMC, we have the Miami X30 Juniors. So your Senior Max 177's up now, and if you're wondering what a Senior Max 177 is, it's Senior Maxes, but for heavier drivers to call a spade a spade. But this is a fabulous class and usually brings brilliant racing. On the pole for this one is going to be Padraig Dowdall. He'll be looking for a strong race start. Alongside will be Anthony O'Connell in the 504. Finished 4th last time out in round number 1, and we'll be looking for a strong result here again. Stay head side by side once again for the final couple of corners. Dowdall will be looking for a good launch in towards turn number 1. As now we go racing once again here in Whiteriver. It's the 3rd place man who has got the best start, and that's Dennis Cherry, who is up and almost into the lead of this one. Still, it's actually Stephen O'Keefe, sorry, apologies, who was on pole. Padraig Dowdall actually started at the back, so I'm going to assume I read the grid upside down. It is Stephen O'Keefe who leads, Liam Kearns in second, or sorry, Dennis Cherry in second, Liam Kearns then in 3rd, Shane Lynch in 4th with Brian Cherry in 5th, but they could all have swapped around again before they come back towards the paddock and the timing line. 2nd place, Dennis Cherry under a bit of pressure here, it seems, in towards the downhill right-hander. But it is still Stephen O'Keefe who leads here in the Senior Max 177s as they come past the start-finish line for the first time. Stephen O'Keefe leads, Dennis Cherry 2nd, Simon Bohan in 3rd, Liam Kearns in 4th, Mark Vassy, last time out winner, is in 5th, and it is Padraig Dowdall. So look, he's got a great race start as Padraig. I know he said he was on the pole, but he is actually up 7 positions to 6th. Brian Cherry then in 7th, Harry Fagan in 8th with Mark Shields in 9th. Paddy Fitzpatrick is down 2 to 10th, and then it is Anthony O'Connell in 11th, Jared Healy in 12th, and it is Shane Lynch and Niall Murray down in 14th position. Although Shane Lynch and Niall Murray both not taking the timing beacon. So still O'Keefe leading in towards the right-hander, and there's almost a move on there for Liam Kearns on Simon Bowen, but not quite getting the job done. Still Stephen O'Keefe who leads. Dennis Cherry still in 2nd position, and Cherry just almost pushing Stephen O'Keefe through the first corner. 3rd place, still Simon Bowen, but he's under a lot of pressure from Liam Kearns, and Mark Vassy is looking to try to get down the inside. Now dives one down the inside, and in a matter of seconds he's up, and there's a mistake as well for Dennis Cherry, who's lost 2nd position. The race lead is under threat as well now for Stephen O'Keefe, and it's all happening at the front of this one here in the Senior Max 177s. O'Keefe still leading, but Dennis Cherry losing positions rapidly as they're in towards the back part of the circuit. And down the inside, O'Keefe has lost the race lead, so that is a brilliant move, and it looked like Simon Bowen is your new race leader. That turn 13 is providing the goods here, and it is Simon Bowen, your race leader, and it is Stephen O'Keefe in 2nd. Mark Vassy was the one making the moves there in the back part of the track. He's up to 3rd, Liam Kearns in 4th, and it is Padraig Dowdall. Dennis Cherry, disastrous lap from 2nd to 6th in this one, so Dennis Cherry a big recovery to do. But at the front, Bowen starting to pull away. Stephen O'Keefe, the cork in the bottle here, it seems, for Mark Vassy. And Vassy is going to look to try and make the move through the back part of the circuit. Stephen O'Keefe flying at the front of this one now. Or sorry, not Stephen O'Keefe, I should say Simon Bowen flying at the front of this one now. Stephen O'Keefe in 2nd. As they head for the final corner, it's side by side between Dowdall and Cherry. As it is Bowen, O'Keefe, Kearns, Vassy, Dowdall, Cherry, Dennis Cherry, then Brian Cherry. Then it is Fagan, Shields, and Fitzpatrick, O'Connell, and Healy. So the bottom two in the first run through, not making the track, so not taking part in heat number 1. Flying at the front of this one is Simon Bowen, fastest lap last time round. It was a 52.4 here in the Senior Max 177s. Stephen O'Keefe was 1.1 off that, so goes to show the ferocity that Simon Bowen is lapping with this time round. Side by side, and it looks like Mark Vassy and Patrick Dowdall. Liam Kearns getting past Vassy the last time round, and that was Mark Vassy losing another place to Patrick Dowdall. So Dowdall up to 4th spot here in this one. From the back of the grid, of course. Started last at Borwick. Now he's up to 4th place. Not a bad day at the office so far. 3 minutes to go, plus 1 lap here in the Senior Max 177. It's been a great race so far. Race win looks almost confirmed, but we've seen races go a-begging earlier on today. As battle for second between O'Keefe and Kearns, and I tell you, Stephen O'Keefe is doing a stellar job to stay in front of these. They're trying everything at him. Down the inside goes Stephen O'Keefe, just looking to stay in front and battle here with Liam Kearns through the final corner. Liam Kearns, up to second, I should say. That is Patrick Dowdall who is fighting. So Liam Kearns got second on that last lap. Then it's Stephen O'Keefe in 3rd. Patrick Dowdall in 4th spot. But I think Dowdall has got the move done in the first sector. So O'Keefe's tenure on the podium, quite a long reign, unfortunately has come to an end, it seems. But it really was a fight from Stephen to try and stay up there. Lead of the race is well and truly in Simon Bowen's hands now. Still a fight for 4th rages on, and Mark Vassy is fighting with Patrick Dowdall and Harry Fagan. Harry Fagan introducing himself into the fight with a fastest lap in this race into the 52s. And there was a lot of positional changes. Stephen O'Keefe's gone off through the back part of the circuit, so O'Keefe is down to 11th and way behind Brian Cherry. So Stephen O'Keefe has had a problem, and that tenure at the front, as we were saying, has totally gone on its head, and Stephen O'Keefe is down to 11th position in this and 50 odd seconds off. Sorry, not 50 odd seconds off, he's about 10 seconds off. His last lap was 56 as compared to the 52s that he was doing at the front of this race. 5th position now, Dennis Cherry under pressure as it's all coming together through turn number 13. This is the real action point, and they're still side by side as they exit it. Still almost side by side through the final corner. That's the 5.65 of Paddy Fitzpatrick who's introducing himself into this one. And Paddy Fitzpatrick loves to come into the fight very late in the race. I remember Irish Grand Prix last year, Paddy Fitzpatrick nowhere to be found for the first 3 minutes. Then all of a sudden, bam, fighting for the race wins. Left, right and centre. Paddy Fitzpatrick doing the same here again. Not quite race wins, but he's up to 6th and is now trying to hunt down Dennis Cherry for 5th position. We're going to have 2 more trips round Whiteriver. Simon Bowen crosses the start-finish line with 1 second to go. So we'll have 2 more laps here, and it seems like the 5.65 of Paddy Fitzpatrick is trying another move in towards the first corner. There's a right gaggle of Senior Max 177s in that fight for 5th and 6th. Dennis Cherry holding them all off, and yeah, there is 4 of them within a second of each other. That is Cherry, Fitzpatrick, Shields and O'Connell. So Anthony O'Connell introducing himself into the fight. There's a battle for third developing as well here, so it's not all plain sailing for Patrick Dowdall. He has Harry Fagan right behind him, and Fagan almost looking for a move here from Delvin County Westmeath. Racing for McCart Motorsport is Harry Fagan, same team as Stephen O'Keefe, so one of the McCarts has had a better race than the other. As the last lap board shows, and we're on to the final trip round, Whiteriver here for heat number 1 of the Senior Max 177s. Fagan just not able to make a move in the first sector. Might have a look in sector number 2 or 3 to try and get past Patrick Dowdall for the final podium place. That was the fastest lap in the race, does Harry Fagan in 4th, so he's had a good run. But no one's had as good a run as Simon Bowen. Had to deal with traffic and had to get around Stephen O'Keefe early race, but made a couple of neat moves, and he will take the heat number 1 win. Great start to the morning. Looks over his shoulder. There's no one in sight. Fabulous win for Simon Bowen with a race time at 9 minutes and 43 seconds. Second place then Liam Kearns. Patrick Dowdall comes home in 3rd. Harry Fagan in 4th. With Paddy Fitzpatrick coming home in 5th. Then it was Dennis Cherry, Mark Shields, Anthony O'Connell, Brian Cherry. Mark Vassy fell right down in that one towards the end. Then Stephen O'Keefe and Gerard Healy. So that's your Senior Max 177s, heat number 1. One more first heat to come, and that is the Miami X30 Juniors, who will be out in a couple of moments. Good grid at ease, should be a good race. It's time for our guest class here, the Rotax Max Challenge this weekend. It's the Miami X30 Juniors out on track, and it's going to be Aaron Murphy who starts on pole position in this one, ahead of Joey Kearney in second place. 125cc single cylinder 2-strokes in the back of these ones. Electric starter and water cooled, of course. And a set of Comet tyres on them. Should be good racing, nevertheless. As they head on to the final couple of corners, side by side. Aaron Murphy of Oran Henry Racing going to look to try and get the jump in towards the first corner. Alongside him is the 706. Larry Clisson We go racing here for the Miami X30s. Good race start, and you can see Michaela Hart looking for the move down the inside in towards third place, but not able to get it done. So that one is going to belong to Martin, or to Joey Kearney, I should say. Martin Shannon is actually in second. Eric Glassenon is down the back. Jamie Peoples then in fifth position. So Aaron Murphy race leader, Martin Shannon second, and it is Kearney in third. But Michaela Hart will be looking to change that pretty quickly. Hot on the heels of the third place driver. But a comfortable lead for Aaron Murphy here in this one. So, little bit of a wobble there for Martin Shannon heading up the hill, and almost looked out of control for a second as Michaela Hart tries to dive down the inside. Now on the outside for the penultimate corner. Trying the up and under move is Michaela Hart in the number 25, hot on the heels. And in towards the first corner, dives down the inside. Michaela Hart gets one, but it's the car behind of Eric Glassenon, who's looking for them both in towards there. So Michaela Hart going down the inside, open the door up. But Michaela Hart still staying in third. So didn't lose that position in the end. It wasn't too disastrous for Michaela. There's a comfortable lead for Aaron Murphy heading in towards the back couple of corners. Great race start. Got a podium, of course, in the TKC round one, did Aaron Murphy. Looking for a podium come the end of the day here at the RMC Race of Champions in Whiteriver. Still Murphy, of course, as we were saying, in the race lead as they cross the start-finish line. Martin Shannon in second, Michaela Hart in third, and it is Eric Glassenon in fourth. Joey Kearney in fifth, down two in the race start, and Jamie Peoples rounding out the order. There's about a second between race leader and second place, and then about a second back to third place as well. It's a lot closer from then on out. Third, fourth and fifth. All the right old squabble here for the just off the podium places. Aaron Murphy looks like he's cruising almost at this point, heading for the final corner. Doesn't want to lift off too early, needs to keep pushing on. Still a long way to go in this race, 5 minutes and 20 plus a lap to be exact, so wants to keep the hammer down. There's the fastest lap that time coming from Michaela Hart, so fastest lap in the race, 51.132. It was a 51.151 for Aaron Murphy, so he's not lifting off. It just looked like he was cruising for the final sector, but these guys absolutely flat out, especially when it comes to Warren Henry Racing. They will always be pushing on and looking for more. Michaela Hart really closing in. Martin Shannon now, though, will have a battle for second in a couple of moments. Shannon a little bit wide, heading through turn number 14. And Michaela Hart is really, really close now. Eric Glassenon following Michaela. He's not being dropped, certainly. Of course, well used to an Miami kart is Eric Glassenon. Visited the Miami World Finals in 2023. Well used to this sort of racing. Michaela Hart right close now to Martin Shannon, as Shannon on the timing screen dipping to the bottom, but still there out on track. Was gonna say Martin Shannon still in second, no longer in second, losing the place to Michaela Hart, almost losing third place as well to Eric Glassenon. Made a mistake just off the back straight, that allowed Hart to get through, ran along that curb, ran along the gravel, went sideways, hasn't lost the place to Glassenon just yet, but really under pressure from the 706, or from Joey Kearney, or from Eric Glassenon. So it is Aaron Murphy race lead. Michaela Hart then in second place. Aaron Murphy fastest lap last time round. So charging on and looking to just finish this one off. Michaela Hart in second, and then as they come past the window, It's Eric Lesenin in third. Martin Shannon fourth, Joey Kearney fifth. Jamie Peoples then in sixth position. So the battle now between Lesenin and Shannon for third and fourth. Michaela Hart has got a couple of kart lengths ahead of them. About 6-7 tenths of a second is the gap for Michaela Hart out on track. Of course, a successful test day yesterday for Michaela Hart and DMS. But really looking strong out on track now. So 2 minutes to go in this one. Aaron Murphy still thundering away at the front. Michaela Hart in second, and it is Eric Lesenin in third. Martin Shannon, Joey Kearney and Jamie Peoples. Getting a little bit bunched up again for second and third. Gap slowly closing between Hart and Lesenin, but nothing major. We will have 3 more laps here around Whiteriver for the IAME X30s. So still an opportunity for an overtake. Not on Aaron Murphy, way out in front, but for second and third. Certainly. And Eric Lesenin under a little bit of pressure from Martin Shannon. Martin Shannon, of course, from Doolin, County Clare. He's third year racing, but second here in the IAME X30 Junior. So still relatively getting up to speed compared to some karters who've been in their classes for years upon years. But Martin Shannon, very impressive indeed. And Aaron Murphy, race leader, crossing the line to start the second final lap, has fallen a couple of tenths off his fastest lap pace, but still lapping significantly quicker than the grid. 3, 4, 5 tenths quicker than those behind him is Aaron Murphy. Michaela Hart in second, 51.1 on the last lap. And then in third, 51.3 for Eric Lesenin. So the gap not really closing between second and third, and then Martin Shannon 51.6. So they've all found their own little groove here out on track. One to go then. Next time Aaron Murphy crosses the start-finish line. In what's been a very successful morning for Aaron Murphy here. Dominant in the IAME X30s. Got the jump on the line and just led from the front. No questions asked to him in heat number 1. The rest of the grid will be looking to do so in heat 2, but they'll have to wait for another couple of hours to do that. Battle for third, not really developed either. It seems like Eric Lesenin has put the hammer down and confirmed that podium place, but Aaron Murphy rounding for the final couple of corners now for OHR, and we'll take this win here in Whiteriver to start the IAME X30s here in heat number 1. It'll be Michaela Hart who will come home in second. Couple of very neat moves from Michaela to get through the field here, as there is confirmation. Aaron Murphy, race winner. Michaela Hart in second, and Eric Lesenin in third. Martin Shannon in fourth, with Joey Kearney in fifth position. And unfortunately, Jamie Peoples won't see the checkered flag, only completing 6 laps. So that is your IAME X30s, and that is heat 1 done. Heat 1's done, folks. And you might be thinking, oh, how sad. But the good news is we're not stopping. We've all the heat 2s coming up now, and we will be starting, of course, back with the small karts. We'll have our Rotax Micro Max cadets coming up in just a few minutes. So it's the Micro Maxes who are up next, and we had a great race this morning in these. Brilliant win for Jaden McElhenney and a great fight between Corey Lyons and Harry Thiley. But we're off and running now for the second heats and for the second heat of the day here for the Rotax Micro Maxes. 6 minutes and 1 lap for these. All looking to take a race victory. Corey Lyons in the 114 is one to watch. Of course, winner last time out and leading. Here, great fight for second. This is a battle between Harley Brereton and Connor Keown, even. In the 177 and the 110, Corey Lyons with a nice race lead, and Harry Thiley up to second, but there's a battle going on here for third. That is Harley Brereton, who's looking for the move on Jaden McElhenney. I think Harley Brereton has got it done. Of course, I know I keep saying it, but one of 4 Breretons racing here today. Corey Lyons with a nice comfortable lead though, and Harry Thiley in second, with Harley Brereton in third, and Jaden McElhenney fourth, Ollie Williamson currently in fifth, Ben Daly in sixth, and Alex Murray in seventh, and Connor Keown has unfortunately fallen to, or sorry, hasn't taken the start here, down in eighth it seems. Battle of a second between Thiley and Brereton. And it is young Harry who's doing the work so far and is in front in the 162, 177 then of Harley Brereton from County Kildare, of course, racing for PBR. It was a right old squabble between Corey Lyons and Harry Thiley earlier. And I tell you, it was really impressive to watch. Hopefully we can get something similar if those two close up. That's Alex Murray, who you can see flying past the start-finish straight. First time out in the competitive race kart for Alex Murray. You're doing a stellar job, you have to say. So Corey Lyons passes the start-finish line in the race lead, and we have a battle for second now. That's Jaden McElhenney, who's looking to try and get past Harry Thiley towards turn 1. McElhenney has got the job done. Very impressive from Jaden. Won the earlier heat, of course, and was battling for the win in Nuts Corner last time out in round number 1 and had a stuck throttle. There was nothing he could do about it. He's looking for redemption here in Whiteriver, and I tell you, Jaden, it means a business today. In second place in this one and ahead of Harry Thiley. There was a position for Ollie Williamson on the last lap as well. Was able to get past Harley Brereton. It's a good move for the 1-2-4 of Ollie Williamson, the Northern Irish karter. Able to get past the Kildare native. As it is, still Jaden McElhenney in front of Harry Thiley, but Thiley in the slipstream and getting a bit of a draft down towards turn number 1. Not able to get in front, but still keeping with Jaden McElhenney for the time being. They're all lapping very close to each other, but it was a fastest lap on the last lap for Corey Lyons with a 58.5, significantly quicker than the rest of the field, and a nice one for Corey Lyons. The Limerick karter, the 2024 Miami Bambino champion, progressing up to the Micro Maxes from the Bambinos. As Lyons getting past Alex Murray. Murray just still learning his way around. But I have to say, for someone on their first day out, Alex Murray doing a good job in terms of letting others through, knows the rules. which I suppose is the first hurdle that you have to get over. Some would say Formula 1 drivers still don't know the rules, so good start for Alex Murray in that aspect anyways. In terms of this battle for second between McElhenney and Harry Filey, it's still McElhenney who is in front. All but Corey Lyons with a personal best on the last lap round. So the track is getting up to a nice grip, it seems, and a nice temperature. It's a lovely sunny day here in County Louth. If you're watching at home, you want to get to the track, absolutely do. We've had some good action this morning and some good action to come this afternoon. Harry Filey still looking to try and get past Jaden McElhenney, but McElhenney doing a stellar job so far. McElhenney in that battle for second, just in front. He has the orange helmet, the blue suit. Harry behind in the white helmet. Just the plain white, no decals. Going for the old school look is Harry Filey, and he's an old school racer out on track. Goes for moves when moves don't necessarily look just as we say that. Goes for moves when moves don't really present themselves, and that's what you love to see in a young karter. Almost chucked it down the inside in towards Whiteriver turn number 6. And rental karting, fair enough. You might get a few moves down there, but you don't really see moves into that corner in competitive karting. But Harry Filey is going to be the groundbreaker in that one. Wasn't able to get past, so Jaden McElhenney is still in front. As we're coming towards the last lap of this one. So Corey Lyons, one more trip round the 1.2 kilometre circuit. He will see himself win this second heat. The spoils will be split. Wasn't able to win the opening heat this morning. That went to Jaden McElhenney. McElhenney will come home second. Corey Lyons, of course, lost second right at the death in that one, so McElhenney will still be leading in terms of the points, unless there was any penalties applied or something, but that shouldn't be the case. It's going to be a win to the tune of about 2.5 seconds for Corey Lyons as he comes in towards turn 12 and 13. Comfortable from the offset was Corey Lyons, and it's going to be a first win of the day for the overall winner last time out. No dramatic move into the final corner this time for Harry Filey. He'll have to settle for third. Jaden McElhenney comes home in second position, and then fourth place is going to go to Ollie Williamson, who was able to hold off Harley Burton late in the race. Ben Daly then will come home in sixth, with Alex Murray rounding us out in seventh spot. Of course, we didn't get Conor Keown on the grid this heat. He'll be back out for heat 3, we imagine. But an impressive showing from Corey Lyons as he takes the race victory. We'll be back in a couple of moments with the mini maxes, and a big grid of these. Was a great race earlier on, I should say. But it was another dominant win, similar to what we just saw Corey Lyons produce. It was Alex Riley who was dominant in that one, but there was great racing all round and still a lot to be enjoyed. So hopefully more of the same. So there's the Mini-Maxes coming up now. Mini-Max, Intermax, depending on where you're from. This is, of course, our second heat for this, and it was a fabulous heat race earlier on. Ethan Robinson starts on pole position, and alongside is Andrew McCullough. Should be a fun one down towards turn number 1. Robinson from Lisburn, Antrim, a former Northern Ireland Bambino champion, looking to get the run as we go racing, but it's the third place man who's got the best launch, and I think that was Toby Picken down towards the first corner. It was Toby Picken, as we've two gone off, someone onto the banking through turn number 1. All look okay, but that is our first real crash on the opening lap. Toby Picken did get the launch, but didn't get the race lead, and it was Ethan Robinson who is the race winner. There is someone gone up onto the grass. That was a disappointing one, whoever that is. We'll find out who, as you can see on our camera shot here. Well, they're just about behind the tree, I think, as the cart is up and out of the way. Driver all okay, most importantly. Just a little bit of a tap, and up the hill they go. Comfortable lead for Ethan Robinson, as the other cart involved in that one has got back underway. So only one missing as Robinson leads ahead of Noah McFarlane. In second, it was Isaac Ford, I believe, who was involved in that incident with Ben Lalu. It was Ben Lalu who went up on the grass. So Isaac Ford was involved in it, still in this race. Lalu not. So Ben Lalu out on the opening corner. Very disappointing for him, but Ethan Robinson leads. Noah McFarlane second, Toby Picken third, Alex Riley up 7 spots to 4th, Charlie Blair in 5th position. Then it is Andrew McCullough in 6th, and then we have Oliver Meredith, who had a great fight earlier on. He's in 7th, and it's Brogan McDonald, Cahan Knox, Kevin Hayes, Jude Duvant, and then of course Ford and Lalu sliding through turn number 12 and 13 they go. Neat move down the inside there for Charlie Blair, I believe, is up another spot. But still Ethan Robinson comfortable at the front of this one. It's not as comfortable for Noah McFarlane in second. He has Alex Riley, who was the dominant force earlier on, right behind. And Riley is going to fancy his chances for a second heat win here. And with the pace he showed earlier, there's no reason why he can't. He's going to try sneak down the inside. Little bit of a nudge between the two, but Alex Riley has got the job done. There was a little bit of contact at the apex between himself and McFarlane, but nothing we don't expect from these young racers. Excellent move from Alex Riley. He's up to second, and he will be on a warpath now to catch Ethan Robinson at the front of this race. It was the fastest lap the last time round for Alex Riley, and already hunting down Robinson and McFarlane. There's a little bit of an attack back there, it seems, on Alex Riley. He's now fighting his way through the final couple of corners. As it is Robinson, Riley, Meredith now, McFarlane, Picken. So Oliver Meredith was getting involved in that fight in the final corners. And you can see Alex Riley already on the tail of Ethan Robinson here for the race lead. And I think Alex Riley might have already got in front, without a second of doubt almost, it seems, at this point. Alex Riley just chucking them down the inside and making the move stick. As they fly up the hill towards the paddock building now, it is Alex Riley in the lead of this race. So Riley is going to try and bolt away to the sunset in this one. Robinson in second, Oliver Meredith then in third, Noah McFarlane in fourth. Then it's Toby Picken, Brogan McDonald ahead of Kevin Hayes. Charlie Blair is up to 8th, Andrew McCullough in 9th, and it is Cahan Knox, Jude Duvant, and unfortunately Isaac Ford is a little bit off the pack here after that first lap incident. He's catching though, so might still get 1 or 2 places if something goes wrong for someone in front. 7 minutes and a lap when we started, 2:50 plus a lap to go in the Rotax Mini Max heat number 2. We've got more Junior Max and Senior Max action coming up in a few moments' time. Of course, they're all fighting here, remember, for the C plate. This is the race of champions. Whoever wins the final later on will win a C plate in the return of plate racing to Irish karting. You'd probably fancy Alex Riley for it in this class, because flying at the front of this one. In terms of his last lap, it was a 54.1. The closest to that was Oliver Meredith in third, who did a 54.8. So 0.7 of a second quicker around a 1.2 kilometre circuit. Alex Riley is on a bit of a different level here this weekend in County Louth. Of course, it's a name that is synonymous with this level of racing across the last few years. He's a 2024 cadet champion in multiple different organisations. So it kind of comes as no surprise that he is absolutely flying it here. Did race in round number 1 up in Nuts Corner and only managed to get second, which makes me think, what goodness did Jaden McAlea, or did Noah McFarlane, I should say, produce to beat him on that day? Of course, Noah would be more familiar with Nuts Corner. Alex would be more familiar with Whiteriver. It might be a bit of a speciality, this circuit, for Alex Riley. But 1:13 to go, plus a lap. Here in the Mini Maxes, the battles just dying down for the time being, but it's still very close out on circuit. Brogan McDonald is having a good go at Cavan Hayes here. Charlie Blair got 2 spots on the last lap to get in front of both of them. So Brogan McDonald from Lurgan looking to just make a move and get up into 6th position. The position he finished in heat number 1. So it would be 2 6th places for Brogan McDonald. There's a little bit of a slide for Oliver Meredith. From Ethan Robinson, who's being chased by Oliver Meredith. So Robinson just looking a little bit under pressure for the time being, but has led this, or did lead this race from the start. Has been at the front of this race since the start. And he doesn't want to fall to third here, because it's been a stellar drive to take second as it stands. McDonald still not finding a way up to 6th place past Cavan Hayes. Charlie Blair has got in front of both of them, as we said, and is now charging up the road and has got past Toby Pickin. So move from Charlie Blair there to get past Toby Pickin. Coming on to the last lap then for this one is Alex Riley. Still hunting down the lap time, even with such a dominant race lead. Always wants more, does Alex. Little bit of a weave to break the slipstream from the second place Ethan Robinson. Oliver Meredith is hungry for second place here, and he wants to eat. But Robinson, very quick through turns 2, 3 and 4, and that seems to be where he's putting the distance on Oliver Meredith. Just looks a lot neater through turn number 5 to the downhill sweeper of 6 and 7. There's a couple of kart lengths between those two, and it seems like it might be too little too late for Oliver Meredith. Charlie Blair's got past Noah McFarlane now as well. So Charlie Blair, this is a late race surge and a half from the number 205 of Charlie Blair from Carrigaline, Cork, racing for Spratt Racing Team. Of course, a former cadet Bambino racer. But there's your checkered flag. Alex Riley, dominant win here, the Mini Maxes, and it will be Ethan Robinson who glances over his shoulder, and it's a scene of delight. It's Meredith a couple of kart lengths behind. Charlie Blair pushing McFarlane all the way to the line. But it will be Alex Riley, your confirmed winner. Ethan Robinson in second place. Oliver Meredith confirmed in third, with Charlie Blair in fourth. And it will be Noah McFarlane, Cavan Hayes, Brogan McDonald, Toby Pickin, Cahin Knox, Isaac Ford, Andrew McCullough, Jude Duvant. And then, of course, we had that first lap incident with Ben Lalu. Fair play to Isaac Ford. Got the head down. We've got a couple of places in that one. We'll have the Junior Maxes coming up in a couple of minutes. So it's our Junior Maxes up next, and it's going to be TJ Taff who starts on pole position for this one from RD County Loud. Of course, TJ, we were talking about earlier, racing in the Junior Minis as well as racing here. He's a Tully Allen Cadet champion, of course, as well. And last year, won 2 races around this very circuit. Junior Max karts, if you're new watching us here on the broadcast, or even if you're new with us here at the circuit, they're about 13 to 16 years of age. It's a 125cc 2-stroke Rotax, 125 Max Evo engine. And I know that sounds like I've just rallied it off a load of nonsense, but you can trust me on that. These produce about 23 horsepower, about 17 kilowatts, at 8,500 RPM. So, Taff on pole position, and we'll be looking for the launch in towards turn number 1. Good race earlier from TJ, so he'll be looking for something similar here on his outside. There is a lot of threats, though, including that of the 370 of Adam Holmes as we go racing here in Whiteriver once again. TJ Taff does lead in towards the first corner. Little bit of a nudge between himself and Adam Holmes, but it's Holmes who's trying to dive down the inside and wants that tight line through turn 2 and turn 3. He's been dove, though, from the 4th place man, bumped all the way off the racing line is Holmes, and he has fallen right down the order. That was Conan Warnock, I think, who was making the move there. Of course, we had a great fight between Warnock, Holmes, Taff earlier on this morning, and we expect that fight to continue. But still the RD man, who is your race leader here in the Junior Maxes so far on the first lap of proceedings. 8 minutes plus a lap this one in total. And it'll absolutely fly by with some good racing action. As in towards the final couple of tight corners, we'll get the running order for the first time. TJ Taff is in the race lead. It's going to be Rory Armstrong in second, Jason Park third. Then it's Ben McCloughery, Conan Warnock, Adam Holmes, Liam O'Hagan, Josh McDonnell and Wesley Brereton who rounds us out in 9th position. It was Holmes, of course, who took the spoils early on in heat number 1 ahead of Ben McCloughery in 2nd place. But Taff still doing a good job at the front of this one, about 0.2 of a second ahead of Rory Armstrong. But Rory, of course, is phenomenal in a Junior Max card and always a force to be reckoned with. And we'll be pushing TJ in this one. There's a swap for 4th place, and that looks like it is Conan Warnock who's just gone down the inside of Ben McCloughery for 4th. So good move there from Conan in the back part of the track. As TJ Taff being pushed all the way by Rory Armstrong now, and Armstrong might be looking for a movement towards turn number 1. He is, and Rory Armstrong ahead as they head in towards turn number 2. Excellent move by Armstrong. TJ Taff has fallen to 2nd, Ben McCloughery then in 3rd, Adam Holmes in 4th, Jason Park in 5th. So it was Adam Holmes making the move, not Conan Warnock. 2 positions gained for 2 positions gained for Holmes, 1 position gained for McCloughery on the last lap round. But it is Rory Armstrong in the race lead, ahead of TJ Taff. As we're heading up the hill once again, about 0.3 of a second separating Armstrong and Taff, and then it is the 373 of Ben McCloughery, who is in 3rd, ironically. McCloughery will be looking to close down on these, but he is under a lot of pressure behind from Adam Holmes in the number 370, so has to focus on 2 things here, and it's a case of multitasking for him. Josh McDonnell has had some trouble. He's fallen about 10 seconds off the field here, and he's right at the back. So some problems for Josh McDonnell from Clonsilla, the novice racer of the field. So, still as we were before, it's Armstrong, Taff, McCloughery, and then Adam Holmes in the esteemed top 4 here at the RMC Junior Max heat number 2. McCloughery just under a tad bit of pressure from Adam Holmes behind. Ben McCloughery, of course, has a resume and a half when it comes to karting and competitive racing. A T4 mini winner last year in Kiltorcan 2023. He was a T4 Nations Cup mini series champion in 2024 again. He was another T4 mini series champion and won a couple of races in the UKC last year as well in the Rotax Inter class up there. And currently sits third and is trying to charge down young TJ Taft in front of him. Fastest lap of this race does belong, of course, to Rory Armstrong. Not set on the last lap, but said a couple laps ago. He is lapping in and around 1 to 2 tenths within that every lap. It's a 51.7 is the fastest lap for Rory Armstrong, and then TJ Taft just a tenth of a second off that with a 51.8. Of course, Rory Armstrong, your winner last time out in Nuts Corner. He's a bit of a Nuts Corner ace, is Rory Armstrong. Won the Irish Grand Prix last year as well. And is looking to try and win the Race of Champions here at the RMC. Win that C plate. That looked nice on the front of that almost Lando Norris coloured cart. In fact, it is a Lando Norris coloured cart because it's a Lando Norris cart. He's wearing a Lando Norris race suit as well. It is Rory Armstrong. So I'm sure he's rooting for Max Verstappen next week. And now McCloughery under a real amount of pressure from Adam Holmes as they head down the sweeping left-hander of turn number 7. He was right on his tail there, almost bumping him through the bumps. And it was a great lap last time round for Adam Holmes. Was a personal best. Practically matched McCloughery, but was a personal best for Holmes, and that might just be the tenth of a second he needs to launch a move on Ben McCloughery. No move here in towards the final couple of corners, but Adam Holmes is threatening and is looking for the spot on the final podium place, and Taff has had a poor run in the final sector, and that's going to allow Ben McCloughery to dive down the inside of TJ Taff. So TJ just lacks the concentration, loses a couple of tenths of a second on that lap, and all of a sudden is passed by Ben McCloughery. And now Adam Holmes is going to fancy his chances with that move as well. This is for second and third. So TJ losing second, and now Holmes is going to try down the inside and round through the sweeping left-hander. Is he able to get past as they're just about coming back in? He is. So that is Adam Holmes ahead of TJ Taft. Brilliant, brave move from Adam Holmes. Just got past Taft through a corner where you don't usually see karters go for the move. An excellent job from Adam Holmes. Very unfortunate for TJ Taft, who I think TJ could be having a little bit of an issue here. He's losing an awful lot of lap time, an unnatural amount of lap time lost for TJ Taft. He's lost another place there. That's Conan Warnock, but he is fighting it back. So Taft down the inside. Good move for TJ, and this race is spiced up nicely in the last couple of laps. So Warnock not getting the move done on Taft there as they're heading in towards turn number 5, 6, and in towards that sweeper again, where Adam Holmes got the move done. TJ Taft's just still in front of Conan Warnock, but there's definitely an issue there for TJ Taft because he's not just lost that amount of lap time as consistent as this all of a sudden. He was flying. Seems to have some sort of issue. Seems to be lacking a little bit with straight line speed. Seems okay through the corners, but there's definitely an issue there for TJ Taft as Conan Warnock dives down the inside. Argy-bargy between the two, and Warnock has got the move done. Taft almost looked for it back down the inside again. Wasn't able to get it done, and I think unfortunately that will be that one as there is visible frustration for TJ Taft. A shake of the head, a punch of the wrist, and not a happy camper out on circuit is TJ, and expectedly so. Rory Armstrong still your race leader. We are on to the final lap, I believe, or either penultimate or final lap. We'll keep an eye on the checkered flag. And then it is Ben McCloughery in second. So once McCloughery and Holmes got past TJ that time, they didn't really continue their own fight. They kind of were satisfied, although now I say that Adam Holmes is threatening Ben McCloughery into the final sector. Knows it's probably now or never, as we'll have one more lap in this one, thankfully, to continue on this fabulous fight. So Rory Armstrong flies past the paddock building in the lead of this one. A quick glance, as quick as ever, over the right shoulder for Ben McCloughery to just keep an eye on Adam Holmes, and Holmes is all over Ben McCloughery's rear when he has that glance. Just lacking that little bit, it seems, is Adam Holmes through that middle sector. That's where Ben McCloughery has been really strong all morning. And it's where he's really strong here. So that's where he's making the difference, if you're wondering how McCloughery is staying in front. In terms of making the difference, though, Rory Armstrong absolutely has. And in towards the final couple of corners, it's going to be one of what's been quite a few dominant victories here in Whiteriver this morning, but this one classy as ever. Armstrong takes Heat 2 win. Excellent job from Rory. Ben McCloughery in second, Adam Holmes in third. It will be then Conan Warnock who comes home ahead of a frustrated TJ Taff in fifth position. Oh, sorry, it's coming up on the timing screen that Taff is ahead of Warnock, but Warnock did cross the start-finish line first, so unless there was a penalty or something there, but I can't imagine there was. Jason Park then comes home in sixth, Wesley Brereton in seventh, Liam O'Hagan in eighth, and then Josh McDonnell comes home in ninth position. That's the junior maxes. Next up, of course, our biggest grid of carters here today, the senior maxes. So, senior maxes now. One of two of our senior max classes. This is, of course, the senior maxes, and then we have the senior max 177s coming up after this one. Great race, this one. Earlier on, there was a lot of drama in it. We had a couple of kart failures even as well, but it was Ruben Kernahan was able to take the race win ahead of McDermott in second, and then Carter Mooney in third. But this one should be a good one. They're coming towards the tram lines once again on the start-finish straight, and it is going to be the number 429 and number 485 who are on pole position on the front row as we go racing once again. Excellent start there by Jay Larkin and Scott Riley in towards the first corner. Nadine Kavanagh looking for a move as there's a sweep round the outside from someone there. That's an excellent move in towards turn number 1 and 2 as they all file into the chicane. Good race start from pole sitter Jay Larkin in the 429. The former T-plate vice champion looking for a C-plate here in Whiteriver. But he has some work to do after earlier this morning. Wasn't a great heat race for Jay Larkin. There's a lot of work to do. Came 9th last time out. in Nuts Corner. As there's a schism in the field here, we have a lot of the OHR carters all battling together as someone's hopped over a curb a little bit there. That'll be a sore hip in the morning, as Jay Larkin is your race leader ahead of Nathan Glenn in second place. Nadine Kavanagh third, Scott Riley in fourth. Then it is Joseph McMahon, Dylan McDermott, Sean Cooney, Carter Mooney, Keith Burke. Then it's Aaron Coogan, Tyler Brereton, Owen Dunn, Ruben Kernahan, your race winner from earlier. Then it is Ruben Byrne, Kevin Shanahan, Josh Allen, Connor Smith, Zach Leckie and Noah Taylor. So that was Nathan Glenn you saw sweeping around the outside of turn number 2. Of course, not just a good driver at Nuts Corner is Nathan Glenn. He's an employee at Nuts Corner, so he's a little bit of an inside knowledge of that track. Not of Whiteriver here, still performing as good as ever, so you know that's just talent, not inside knowledge, as he is looking for the race lead here and trying to battle past Jay Larkin. There's a battle for third, is sweeping down the inside. I think that might have been Dylan McDermott who's looking for the move. It was Joseph McMahon who went down the inside, so Joseph looking to fight for the opening places here, and that is Joseph and Scott Riley, both up a position on the last lap. It's Jay Larkin under an awful lot of pressure from Nathan Glenn now, heading through the sweeper, and Nathan Glenn is going to try the move that we saw Adam Holmes pull off in the Junior Maxes. He's going to try pull one off in the Senior Maxes, and he has. Nathan Glenn in the race lead here at the Senior Maxes. That's a brilliant overtake from Nathan, and he's got the job done on Jay Larkin. Probably has to pace over Jay, but still takes bravery to pull that one off. Big dive down the inside by one of the DMS carts. Is that Dylan McDermott who's gone for the move? It's the number 408, which is in fact Dylan McDermott. So Dylan got the move done down the inside. The County Roscommon making some gains early on here in the Senior Maxes. 8 minutes plus a lap. Once again, this one, we have 5 minutes to go. It's Nathan Glenn, your race leader. Jay Larkin second. Then it is McMahon, McDermott and Mooney who rounds out the top 5. Of course, McDermott and Mooney second and third earlier on. No one else in the top 5 placed in the top 5 in heat number 1, so we've had a right shuffle of the order. In terms of your race 1 winner, that of course was Ruben Kernahan. He currently sits in 11th place in this one, so Ruben with a lot of work to do. His fellow namesake Ruben Byrne as well, looking to try and cut through the order. But as we get later on in the race, moves will start to be made, and there's a move made down the inside. That looks to be Sean Cooney who has gone for the move. As he rounds through the final corner, it was in fact Sean Cooney who made the move on Aaron Coogan. Aaron Coogan, of course, who led earlier on for quite a bit. Nathan Glenn just starting to stretch his legs at the front of this one. Has about a 7/10 of a second lead over Jay Larkin in second. But Larkin performing well. As they sweep in towards the back part of the track. Fastest lap of the race in this one actually belongs to Carter Mooney, and Carter held it for quite some time earlier as well. So Carter Mooney flying, and there's a move down the inside there from someone, and I believe that was Ruben Byrne who's just got past Scott Riley. As they come past the start-finish line, it was Ruben Byrne who got past both Scott Riley and Keith Burke, so it was 2 moves on that lap for Ruben Byrne. Excellent stuff from Ruben. The 2 Rubens performing well here today, and I think Ruben Byrne's just got another one actually, as there is a right old tussle here between one of the OHR carts and Ruben Byrne in the middle sector. I think Ruben Byrne's just got past Sean Cooney as well. Nathan Glenn now well over 1.5 second lead over Jay Larkin. Dylan McDermott, and then Jay Larkin in third. So McDermott is up to second. Remember, Dylan McDermott earlier we thought was going to win this one. He was past a load of carts at the start of the race and then clawed in on the race leader, but wasn't able to take the race lead. Just ran out of time. He's in a very, very similar situation here, where he's in second, clawing in the race leader, but it's not looking like he's doing it quick enough to take this race win. Would need a mistake from Nathan Glenn, and that is quite rare. side by side through the sweepers once again for one of the minor placings. As there's a lot of good battles happening. Zach Leckie has gained 4 positions in the last 2 laps, so currently sits 11th in this one. Zach Leckie on a mission here the last 2 laps, it seems. Of course, Zach, your overall race winner the last time round in Nuts Corner, finished first. Didn't win the heats in terms of points, but finished overall in first position. And of course, he had a nice holiday in Italy last year for the Rotax Grand Finals. And the Rotax Grand Finals, of course, we have grand finale tickets going for the overall winners in this class, and they will want to take those. Still Nathan Glenn in the race lead, Dylan McDermott in second, and then it is Carter Mooney in third. Joseph McMahon in fourth, so Mooney getting ahead of McMahon on the last trip round. Mooney, of course, still holding the fastest lap in this one, so 1 lap pace, a speciality for Carter Mooney, it seems here. We have a minute to go in this one, so there'll be about 3 more laps of Heat 2 of the Senior Maxes. And then, of course, we have our Senior Max 177s coming up after that, and our Miami X30s to round out the Heat 2s. But still plenty of action in this one. Doesn't look like there's going to be a change of the race win. Seems like Nathan Glenn has this one fairly boxed off. I say that, his engine will probably blow up now or something. So, seems to be a cart on the grass there and skating across the grass. That is the number 411. That is Nadine Kavanagh, who they were free abreast, and there is a yellow flag, and there is a cart gone off. That is the 429. That's Jay Larkin. Oh no, Poleman. Jay Larkin has stopped and frustrated. There seems to be some sort of issue. He came to a very quick slow heading in towards turn number 10, and that caught out Nadine Kavanagh. She had to skate along the grass on the outside of that corner, and Jay's car just coming to a total stop. He was flying in this one at the start, and then was performing absolutely excellently to keep a high place, but unfortunately that is the end of the heat for Jay Larkin, and he'll have to sit and watch for the remainder of this one. He's got it, you can tell by the body language. Very, very disappointing for Jay. As we start our last lap of the Senior Max Heat 2, still Nathan Glenn with a nice comfortable lead. Not lapping quicker than Dylan McDermott, but lapping quick enough that Dylan is not closing at a significant margin. It's a 9/10 of a second lead between Nathan Glenn and Dylan McDermott. So Dylan will be leading the points for today, at least in the Senior Maxes, because it'll be 2 second places for Dylan, where Nathan had quite a poor heat earlier on. We've another kart stopped out on track, so this Senior Max heat is played again as it was earlier. That's another car. Can't quite see who it is, but we'll get it in the race tally afterwards. Just has to sit and watch. That's actually in quite a dangerous spot, but he's done a good job pushing it out of the way. Here's Nathan Glenn, though, across the line, and it'll be a heat win for the Nuts Corner man. It's going to be second for Dylan McDermott. It'll be third for Carter Mooney. And Joseph McMahon will come home in fourth. Ruben Kavanagh will come home in fifth position with Aaron Coogan in sixth. Ruben Byrne then will come home in seventh with Nadine Kavanagh in eighth. Zach Leckie in ninth, your overall championship winner, not having the best of days so far. Owen Dunn then in 10th with Tyler Brereton in 11th. Sean Cooney in 12th, Josh Allen in 13th. Then it's going to be Connor Smith in 14th, Kevin Shanahan in 15th with Scott Riley in 16th. Then it's Keith Burke in 17th and Jay Larkin. So that was Keith Burke again, who he had an issue this morning and had to pull off. And unfortunately for Keith Burke, it seems to be back. That's 2 non-finishes for Keith. Although he broke down on the last lap. It's 2 non-finishes and a very disappointing start to the day for Keith. So that is our Senior Maxes, but in terms of these karts, we're not finished with them. We'll have the 177 class coming up now. So, Senior Max 177's coming up now, and this was quite an exciting race earlier this morning. Pole position for this one is going to go to Mark Shields in the 581. Fifth last time out in Nuts Corner. Got fourth in the final, but he's fifth in the championship standings. He's a two-time Senior Max 180 championship winner. But of course, it was a dominant performance earlier on this morning from Simon Bowen, ahead of Liam Kearns in second, and then it was Pádraig Dowdall who managed to get in third. But we have a good grid, and it is going to be Mark Shields who is on pole position for this. So, wants a good launch down towards the first corner. And here they are then, onto the tram lines and the start-finish straight. And it is going to be Mark Shields who gets the launch as we go racing. As there was a weave from someone there. Heading down towards the first corner, Harry Fagan is looking for the move in towards turn number 2. And it seems like Pádraig Dowdall is going to try and fly it round the outside. Not so much success. It's a great start from Mark Shields though. He's off, he's away, he's got a nice gap. And he can probably relax for the remainder of this first lap. And we have a spinner around. Oh, bit of contact made as well. We have a spinner heading through turn number 5 and 6, our first real spinner through that part of the track today. There was a little bit of contact made and it was just a little bit over ambitious, and the ambition outweighed the skill, unfortunately, in that instance. Still Mark Shields though, who leads. Most were unaffected from that spin, just had to weave out of the way a little bit. Second place in this one is Pádraig Dowdall, and it was Harry Fagan, and it is Gerard Healy, Shane Lynch, Anthony O'Connell, Simon Bowen, Paddy Fitzpatrick, Dennis Cherry, Liam Kearns, and it is Stephen O'Keefe, Mark Vassy and Brian Cherry. As I think it could have been Niall Murray who spun round there, but I'm sure we'll get confirmation of that one after. Shields still with a very comfortable lead here over Pádraig Dowdall, who gained 2 spots on the opening lap, went round the outside 2 of turn number 1. Harry Fagan then in third, Gerard Healy in fourth. They're both down 1, so it was Fagan on the front row alongside Shields. It's very bunched up in the pack. Simon Bowen is making moves here as Simon in the 518, and he's got ahead of 3 carts there. And he's up 7 or 8 positions here since the race starts. So looking to go back to back, it seems, is Simon. Of course, it was a very, very dominant victory this morning for Simon. He was held. He was stuck behind a couple of carts for quite a few laps, but once he got a bit of confidence, he ran away with it really. And Simon, with an excellent job indeed. But has work to do here in this heat, because Mark Shields, Pádraig Dowdall and Harry Fagan, very quick here, good lap times going in. Fagan is going to look to try and get past Dowdall, it seems, as he hops over a curb heading through turn number 13 in towards 14 and 15. But there's a hand shaking for Pádraig Dowdall. Not sure what that's trying to indicate, but as he flew past the paddock building, past the start-finish line, right hand was in the air waving. I'm not sure if he's doing the old John Cleland move from British Touring Car Championships, or whether he was just trying to indicate to one of his mechanics or something. But again, I'm sure we'll find out afterwards. Not much movers and shakers on the last lap, but there could well be in the next couple of laps, because Simon Bowen is hunting down the group in front of him. He had a little bit of clean air, and here we go. Here's the movers and shakers, and it's DMS who are going for it. They're side by side in the battle for 4th and 5th. This is between Shane Lynch, Anthony O'Connell. Simon Bowen is involved in it as well. Ducking the heads on the straight, Simon Bowen has got ahead of 1. Shane Lynch ahead of 1 as well, and they all got past Jared Healy. So there was, unfortunately, a bombardment of karts overtaking Jared Healy on that last lap, and he's not going to be too pleased with that. Will be trying to fight back, but has to be careful again because there's a right squabble behind him. Doesn't want to get involved in it. Lead of the race, not as comfortable now for Mark Shields. Has been clawed in by Porrick Downhill and Harry Fagan. Porrick Downhill from Inniskeen, County Monaghan, looking for the race lead. He's actually not looking for the race lead here because he's just been demoted to 3rd. He's looking for 2nd place. I'm not sure if he's got it. Down towards turn number 1, but Porrick Downhill is hot on the heels of Harry Fagan. It was a decent move by Fagan to get up to 2nd place. Mark Shields, this will give him a little bit of breathing room for a lap or two. Not for too much, but certainly for a lap or two. Shields still under pressure from the 2 behind. Then they've an acre of space behind these 3, so they're free to fight. Anthony O'Connell is doing everything he can to catch them. It is Harry Fagan who is in 2nd. He'll be the one launching the attack on Mark Shields in front. And every time he comes onto those straight, there's a vigorous duck in the head from Harry Fagan to just try give him every chance he's got down towards turn number 1. But no chance this time round. Stays in 2nd position. And look at this, real opportunity for Harry Fagan, trying it around the outside of the sweeper as they just go behind the trees. Will he be in front when they emerge back into our view? No, gonna be still Mark Shields in front, and that now once again invites the 3rd place man to go for this one. That is Porrick Downhill, who's trying the move still. This is a real nice fight at the front of the Senior Max 177 Heat 2. We've 1:55 to go, so still plenty of time for something to happen. Shields in the race lead. It is Harry Fagan in 2nd, and it's Porrick Downhill in 3rd still. No change, despite the attacks being launched left, right and centre by those in 2nd and 3rd. And here we go, Fagan. Oh, try to move down the inside. No go. That was boxed off by Mark Shields, who's putting up a great defensive effort. Fastest lap of the race went to Anthony O'Connell a few laps ago, so he's currently lapping quickest and catching the top 3. 52.4 for O'Connell was the fastest lap. Shields still in the race lead here, narrowly, very narrowly ahead of Fagan. Well, what a great scrap they're providing us. Fagan 4th last time out, and here we go, trying to move once again, but just can't find a way past her. Has he found a way past? He has, and Harry Fagan finally is into the race lead. Mark Shields' reign on this race has ended, and now he's going to be under pressure from Porrick Downhill heading in towards turn number 2. So Harry Fagan, at long last you might say, is in the lead of the Senior Max 177. It's got the job done in towards that corner where all the moves have been made. Turn number 12, 13, 14, that little section is the real overtaking opportunity around this karting circuit for what seems like all the classes today. And Fagan pulling a little bit of a lead over Mark Shields in 2nd and Porrick Downhill in 3rd, so he has the pace here. A bit of a slide, but nothing to write home about. Still A-OK. A little bit further back, we haven't been speaking much about anyone else this race, but it is Anthony O'Connell who is in 4th, Simon Bowen in 5th, then Dennis Cherry is in 6th, Liam Kearns in 7th, Shane Lynch is in 8th, Paddy Fitzpatrick in 9th, Brian Cherry in 10th, Niall Murray is up to 11th, Mark Vassy in 12th, and Stephen O'Keefe in 13th, and Jared Healy down in 14th position. So a couple of places gained for Murray, Vassy and O'Keefe on the last lap. Speaking of last laps, this will be the last lap of the Senior Max 177s, and it's going to be a brilliant win for Harry Fagan. He worked hard for this one, worked his socks off to get in front, and Harry Fagan is doing an unbelievable job as he rounds through the final corner. The man from Delvin, County Westmeath, heads through and will take the race victory. Excellent job for Harry Fagan. It will be Mark Shields who comes home in second. Worked hard for that one, did Mark. And quite ironically, Porrick Downhill gets past him at turn number 1 as soon as the checkered flag comes out. Little bit of a lift, I would say, for Mark Shields. Fourth place then will be Anthony O'Connell, Simon Bowen in 5th, Dennis Cherry in 6th. It's Liam Cairns in 7th, Paddy Fitzpatrick in 8th, Shane Lynch in 9th with Brian Cherry in 10th. Then it was Niall Murray, Mark Vassey, Stephen O'Keefe and Gerard Healy to round out the order. One more class before lunch then, folks, and it was the very entertaining guest class of the IAME X30 Juniors. That'll be coming up in a few moments' time. So the IAME X30 Juniors up now. Guest class here, the RMC. And it's going to be Michaela Hart who will be starting from the front of this one. Aaron Murray in second. Excellent race from Aaron Murray earlier. Really, really phenomenal. But this should be a good one. Very small class this, but they're all very close on pace. And as we enter the tram line towards the start-finish line, we go racing. Great start from Michaela Hart. Aaron Murray immediately looking for the inside. Doesn't fancy that outside line, but he's got to take it because that's what he's been given. And we're free abreast in towards turn number 2. Almost 4 abreast on the exit. Michaela Hart ignores it all. She soars away at the front. The rest of them all squabbling behind here. And it's going to be Eric Glissenon and Martin Shannon who have been involved in that one, as well as Joey Kearney. But Michaela Hart race lead after a cracking performance earlier on, trying to chase down Aaron Murray. Or Aaron Murphy, I should say. But Aaron Murphy has had to fight for this one as they're side by side entering the downhill corner. Let's look at this all over the place. Is that yellow card? As the OHR crew are looking to just breeze past and take dominance in this X30 class. But Michaela Hart, great first lap. That's exactly what you want, leading. Aaron Murphy in second. Then in third it was Jamie Peoples from Maharamore, County Antrim. And Jamie Peoples had a bit of an interesting first lap. I think it was in second, was in third, was in fourth at one point. Was on the tarmac, the curb and the grass as well. So Jamie Peoples in third, looking to defend from fourth place, which is Martin Shannon. Eric Lesenin then behind. Unfortunately, it seems like we're missing someone out on track, so I think that could be Adam Holmes who we are missing. So Adam Holmes not able to get out for the X30s. But Michaela Hart, cracking start to this one. Jamie Peoples still under a lot of pressure from Eric Lesenin behind. And Lesenin down the inside, contact made, and that's going to be Peoples stranded on the grass. There was definitely a bit of contact down the inside, a wave of frustration from Jamie Peoples. Not happy with that one. I imagine the stewards may take a look at it. That was a move down the inside. The door, was it open? Was it not open? That'll be up to someone who isn't me to decide. But Jamie Peoples, in what was a cracking race start, unfortunately finds himself at the back of the pack. And it's that corner again where all the moves have been made. We saw some brilliant moves earlier on in the junior maxes and the senior maxes, and a not so brilliant one maybe this time round. But still, Michaela Hart, comfortable race lead to the tune of 1.5 seconds. It's now, or still is, Aaron Murphy in second, but now Eric Lesenin in third, fighting with Martin Shannon in fourth, the two teammates who are rounding here. Well, there's three teammates in this one, but the two of them are out in unison on the circuit. Michaela Hart crossing the start-finish line. Of course, we were saying it was a good day of testing yesterday for Michaela. It was a good day for her mechanic as well, who won Shane Burke's Mechanic Challenge as part of his Car Prodigy program, and won the Mechanic Challenge, which was quite entertaining. Took place about 6:30 yesterday, and he won a few prizes. So, best mechanic in the field, I suppose you could say, as of right now. Michaela, the best driver in the field, and leading this by quite a margin. And a black and white flag has been shown to the number 706 of Martin Shannon, just coming up on the timing screen. As that gap is closing between Michaela Hart and Aaron Murphy. So Murphy might have something to say about this. There is still 4 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap to go in this heat, so it by no means is over. And we could have a fight for the win here in the Junior X30s. Jamie Peoples, unfortunately, way off the back of the field now after that incident. He got going pretty quickly, but was on the grass for more than he would have liked to be on the grass, that's for sure, and way off this one, unfortunately. So it's looking like it's going to be fifth place for Jamie Peoples. The rest of the positions, well, they're all yet to be decided, and Michaela Hart is pushing, trying to run away from Aaron Murphy here, but Murphy's like Jaws in that OHR machine, just clawing in. And you can almost hear the theme song from the back of Michaela Hart's car. In the battle behind, still Eric Lesenin, who's ahead of Martin Shannon in the battle for third and fourth. Aaron Murphy with the fastest lap in this one. Not the last trip round, but it was a 51.2 that he did. Michaela Hart's last lap, 51.5. As you can visibly see that gap closing down between the front two. Michaela Hart, race leader. Aaron Murphy, second place. But Murphy is closing it in. Fastest lap on the last lap for Aaron Murphy, 51 flat. He can sniff a race win. He wants a race win. He's on course to take a race win with this pace. But as we said earlier, and as many a great has said before, it's one thing to to catch someone, it's another question to pass them, and that's what Aaron Murphy's going to have to do. He's going to have to get all elbows out and try sneak a surprise move on Michaela Hart, who is very, very racy. Final sector seems to be where Aaron Murphy's really making the difference. He closes it there every lap. Michaela Hart good in the straights, has a good engine in the back of that, and you can see number 25 fly across the start-finish line. Battle for third and fourth rages on between Eric Lesenin and Martin Shannon, and they're just as close as the front two are. We have, it's like Noah's Ark out on circuit at the moment. 2 by 2 they go. Unfortunately, poor Jamie Peoples is out on his own. And that is of the nature of that incident. Once again, very late in the brakes, in towards turn 12 and 13 for Aaron Murphy. But just doesn't have the legs on the straights, it seems. Given absolutely everything to try find a way past Michaela Hart, but Hart doing a stellar job here. And just about staying in front. We'll have 3 more laps in this for Michaela Hart to defend, and she's defended 8 already, so there's nothing that says she can't defend 3 more. But Murphy looking good on this lap here as they head through the sweeper. Michaela Hart still in front. Aaron Murphy in second. Once again, through that final corner, just seems to be a tad bit off at Murphy, and that costs him a chance in towards turn number 1. Michaela Hart running a very, very steady race, just very smooth through the corners, not making an over-exaggeration at any of the apexes, and just keeping it concise, and that seems to be helping, because Aaron Murphy's really quick through some corners, a little bit slower through the others, and that is costing him overall in terms of the consistency. Last lap round they were dead even. There was 1,000 between the two. As Michaela Hart still leads as we're on to the last lap of this one, and I tell you what, there's about 0.3 of a second between the two of them now. That wasn't there the last time they passed the paddock building. So Michaela Hart is looking all good to take the win here, bar any mishaps, bar any errors. It was Aaron Murphy, of course, who took it earlier on, and it was in dominant fashion. It looked like no one was going to stop him here today, and Michaela Hart has. Of course, she had the benefit of the pole position, but this is looking like it's going to be a Heat 2 victory here in the Junior X30 class, rounding through the downhill corners now and back up the hill once again. Aaron Murphy, he's going to have to brake later than he's ever broke, and he has broke very late, to be fair, to see what he could do from that final corner. But it's going to absolutely matter not, and it will be Michaela Hart who rounds through the final corners, and the Galway native is going to take the heat win, slides it across the line in style. It's going to be Aaron Murphy in second, and then it will be Eric Lesenin who comes home in third, and Martin Shannon in fourth, and Jamie Peoples will come home in fifth position. An excellent race there in the X30s, and there wasn't much side-by-side action, but it was a battle nonetheless, and a battle to be enjoyed. So that is it for the first 2 rotations of heats. We will have heat 3s coming up in about an hour's time, folks. So we'll take a quick break for lunch here at the circuit, but don't go anywhere. You can take a break for lunch at home as well, I suppose, if you'd like. But we'll have about an hour's break for lunch here, folks. We are running on schedule as of now, so we should be back at about 20 to 2 for the Heat 3 races, and then we will run straight into the finals and crown your C-Plate winners here at the return of plate racing in Ireland. There's some fabulous prizes on offer, of course, in this championship as well. We'll have a full debunk of them after lunch, folks. But we will be back with the Rotax Micro Maxes at 21 minutes to 2 to be exact. So have a quick break, folks. Grab a cup of tea, enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you back in an hour's time.
Attention paddock, all micro max, please make their way to the holding area. Attention paddock, all micro max, make their way to the holding area.
And a welcome back to Whiteriver, ladies and gentlemen. We have our Heat Freeze coming up here. We had some fabulous Heat 1 and Heat 2 races this morning, but it's time for our third heats and then on to our finals, where we will decide who will win the C plate, who will win the Race of Champions and get themselves a nice plate to put in the front of their carts next season. So we have our Rotax Micro Maxes up first, and we saw two great races this morning. One won by Jaden McElhenney and one won by Corey Lyons. McElhenney will line up on the front row here in Heat 3, but he's not on the pole. It's Harry Ty Lee who is on pole position, and Harry, probably unknown to him as of now, but just won himself a nice set of slick tyres in our RMC raffle that just took place here at the lunch. If you want to check out who won the other classes, you can on the Rotax Karting Ireland Facebook. But Heat 3, we're getting underway, and we're going to go to the start-finish line now. Fresh after a nice lunch, this should be a good race. And now we go racing here in Whiteriver. Great start by Harry Ty Lee in towards turn number 1. He will lead. McElhenney is looking for it, as is Corey Lyons. Down towards turn number 2. Almost a little bit of a nudge there. And oh, we have a spinner. We have a spinner in the back. Two spinners, I believe, actually, they both get back going. So two have fallen behind, unfortunately. I think one was Ollie Williamson. And then it looks like Alex Murray just having a little bit of a moment as well through turn number 1 and 2. But it is Harry Ty Lee who leads. Picked up a second and a third earlier on. Got third in heat number 2, did Harry. Just losing out narrowly. It was a great battle with Jaden McElhenney. And now side by side, heading through the downhill right-hander. And they're going to be side by side as we come up the hill once again as well. Real close racing between these two. And Harry Ty Lee is trying to keep Jaden McElhenney and Corey Lyons right behind him. Three star names in the Micro Max class, it seems. Harry defends in towards the final corner. McElhenney is going to look for it down the inside and towards turn number 1. Corey Lyons just sitting pretty, waiting to make a move. No move in towards the first corner. McElhenney's going to try it on the outside line once again. Not going to work out. Harry Ty Lee will keep in the race lead. The fourth cart, in that leader train is Harley Bruton. So front 4 running away with this one. 5th position then is Ollie Williamson. Then it is Alex Murray and Conor Keown not taking to the flag once again. Still Harry in the race lead, then ahead of Jaden McElhenney in second and Corey Lyons in third position. Corey, of course, championship leader coming into this event. Second place in the championship, Harry Ty Lee, and third, Jaden McElhenney. So it is the 3 championship protagonists who are at the front of this one. But Harry has the race lead. McElhenney pushing him all the way down towards turn number 1. And now Jaden McElhenney was going for the move in towards turn number 1 for the race lead. He's now under pressure from Corey Lyons behind for second place. So Corey is putting the pressure on his rival in the championship. It would be fair enough if all 3 of them grabbed a heat win, because they've been so close on pace throughout the morning and afternoon. And even as far as warm-up went, it was one of the closer classes in terms of lap times, although not really pushing then. And you can see Harry Ty Lee just defending and just keeping an eye over his shoulder of who is where. No rash lunges or anything going in. It's 6 minutes plus a lap these heats, but we only have 3 minutes to go in this one. And Corey Lyons maybe feeling that the time is ticking, looking for the move on McElhenney. That's caused him to have a bit of an off, and he's lost a little bit of a time. No more than a 1/10 of a second as they enter in towards turn number 2. Harley Bruton falling a little bit off the leader train in this one, but still in a solid 4th position. And there we go. Corey Lyons down the inside on Jaden McElhenney. In the blink of an eye, he's up to second place. That's lethal stuff from Corey Lyons. And now he'll press on and try attack the race leader. It's the fast lap of the race does belong to Corey Lyons with a 59.4. And as they enter up the hill, Corey real close to Harry. He's going to dive down the inside, going from the boat on the same lap. Corey Lyons, job done. Now Jaden McElhaney's going to try follow him through. Harry Tiley on the inside. Jaden McElhaney forced back behind, defended by Harry nicely. Couldn't defend the position from Corey Lyons, but has defended it for second place. Is McElhaney going to try and go for the move in towards turn number 2? He'd be a fool not. He's right alongside. Looked for the outside, but good defensive line from Tiley. Lyons in the lead of this race now, has about 1/10 of a second of a buffer, but he's looking like the quicker of the trio. Won the second heat, of course. Didn't win the first one, but won the second heat. And he has been the quickest here today. Now McElhaney looking for the move once again as we head up the hill. Jaden McElhaney not going to be able to make it stick, but Harry Tiley is defending, and McElhaney chucks it down the inside in a similar fashion Corey Lyons did, and yes, job done this time. Great move from Jaden McElhaney. Gets it done up to second place, and now sets his sights on Corey Lyons in front, but it might be a bit of a stretch to catch Corey, but that's still a great move nonetheless. Harry, though, always seems to have a great last couple of laps around here, so keep an eye on him. He's not down and out of this one just yet. Made the move on Corey Lyons on the last lap in heat number 1, and almost made the move on McElhaney on the last lap in heat number 2, so still well within his rights here of making an impact in this race is Harry. Racing, of course, for Oren Henry Racing. Little bit of a buffer between all three now, but still Corey Lyons in the race lead. Jaden McElhaney in second. Ooh, a bit of a slide for Harry there, but he's held that nicely. As they come up towards the start-finish line, they're going to just about get 2 more laps here. Cross the start-finish line with 2 seconds to go, so they'll just about get 2 more laps here for the final heat. Looking at the rest of the field, it is 4th place for Harley Burton, 5th for Ollie Williamson, 6th for Ben Daly, and then 7th for Alex Murray. Corey Lyons will go into the final as the favourite. If he can confirm this race victory, we'll probably get the front row as well. We'll definitely get the front row. We'll probably get the pole as well with the 2 wins. And they'll be looking for a strong final and to try and win the C plate. 1 lap to go then. Last lap board is out, and Jaden McElhaney's had a great last lap, so it's not done and dusted just yet for Corey Lyons. It was actually the fastest lap of the race the last time round for Corey Lyons. Or sorry, for Jaden McElhaney, I should say, as they just get past Alex Murray. That's not the race leader dropping off. Corey Lyons still there with the yellow helmet and blue cart. Top 3 all still in very close proximity as Jaden McElhaney. Can he get close enough to have one final lunge potentially? He'd have to be brave on the brakes if he wants to pull it off, but we've seen stranger things happen today so far. McElhaney in towards the right-hander. Very close indeed. There could be a lunge in towards turn number 13 if he fancies it. Getting real close and hot on the heels of the race leader. Corey Lyons goes for the outside. Defensive positioning from Corey. Excellent on that occasion. And has 2 more corners to survive. Corey is going to get up and under. No, he isn't. And Corey Lyons will drive to the line and take his second heat win of the day. Excellent from Corey Lyons once again. And that's going to be 2 from 3. And a Jaden McElhaney in second. And then Harry Tiley in third. Harley Brereton coming home in fourth. Ollie Williamson will take 5th position. Ahead of Ben Daly in 6th. And then Alex Murray coming home in 7th. So fastest lap of the race went to McElhaney, but not the race win. That went to Corey Lyons, and he is on hot form heading into the final. It'll be coming up in a couple of hours' time and racing for the C plate. Next up then, we are going to have the Rotax Mini Maxes in a couple of minutes' time. So, Rotax Mini Maxes up next, and the story of the day so far in these is Alex Riley. Winner in heat number 1, winner in heat number 2, and if I said it was close, I would be lying to you. Phenomenal performances so far from him, but let's see what happens, because Oliver Meredith starts on the pole, has a fabulous grid position, and Jude Duvant will be alongside him. So, Oliver Meredith, he has had some phenomenal races in the last few years. 2 wins in the MI Cadet category, has came second in T-Plate here in Whiteriver, and has raced in Nuts Corner as well at the IGP. And last time out here in the RMC in round number 1, came 4th in the final. But he's shown impressive pace today, and he's got a great grid slot. So let's see what happens for Oliver Meredith alongside Jude Duvant. So through the final corner now, Oliver Meredith will look to put pedal to the metal, and we go racing here in Whiteriver once again for the Mini Maxes. Isaac Ford has got a good start as well, but Meredith with a nice comfortable lead for the first corner, and there's a couple of cars gone round. Brogan McDonald is involved in it. I see he spun for the first corner, and that's heartbreaking for Brogan. Has ran a steady day so far, a couple of 6th and 7ths here and there, but Brogan McDonald has fallen down the order with a bit of a spin. There was someone else involved in it as well, one of the DMS carts, but we'll get confirmation of who that is on the timing screen once they fly past us once again. Alex Riley is off and moving as per usual. He's had a good race start, and he's already gained 2 or 3 places in towards the first sector. But Oliver Meredith, nice race lead. I think Jude Duvant has managed to stay in second spot, which is a job well done for him, but Alex Riley is already on the move, and I think Alex Riley's already just flicked up to second place, if I'm not wrong, but we'll find out who that is as they come past the start-finish line. Oliver Meredith still in the race lead. It is then Alex Riley in second, Jude Duvant third, Noah McFarlane in fourth, Isaac Ford is in fifth. It was Brogan McDonald and Charlie Blair who was involved in that spin. So Charlie Blair, who was flying in heat number 2, made a couple of great moves to get up to 4th late race. He's had a very early spin and involved in that incident with Brogan McDonald, so very disappointing for the both of them. Alex Riley looking to put the pressure on Oliver Meredith already, and Oliver he's gonna have to use every ounce of skill he's got to keep Alex Riley behind, because Alex has been phenomenal around here all day. But Oliver's been up fighting for the podium places already as well. Came 3rd in heat number 2, not too far behind second. But Alex Riley, as you can see, makes mincemeat of that, and he's up and already into first place in the race lead. Bar him being the cause of his own demise, it's hard to look past Alex Riley today, and he's already up and leading heat number 3 here. Looking for a clean sweep. Of course, didn't win the opening round in Nuts Corner. That was won by Noel McFarlane. But Alex around Whiteriver is he's just second to none. He's just been fantastic. Couple of squabbles further back and a few little battles as one position gain for Noah McFarlane. On the last lap, he's ahead of Jude Duvant and now up to 3rd place. Your running order as they come past the start-finish line with 4 minutes on the clock plus 1 lap. It is Alex Riley in the race lead, Oliver Meredith in second, Noah McFarlane is in 3rd with Jude Duvant in 4th, Isaac Ford in 5th. Ethan Robinson is in 6th place with Ben Lalu in 7th, St Andrew McCullough in 8th. Toby Picken is in 9th with Charlie Blair in 10th, Cavan Hayes in 11th, Cathy Knox then is in 12th, and Brogan McDonald is in 13th place. Brogan and Charlie Blair both looking to work through that opening lap spin, and Charlie Blair already doing so up to 10th place. Battles in the mid-pack as well, it seems, and there's a fight between Isaac Ford and Ethan Robinson. Robinson, very impressive in Heat 2, ran in the lead for a while. He's battling now with Isaac Ford. Oliver Meredith not Oliver Meredith, that's actually the third place card of Noah McFarlane, who's under a bit of pressure from Jude Duvant right behind. So Duvant looking for the spot ahead of Noah McFarlane. Noah, of course, your overall championship leader coming into this round, as we mentioned. Came third in this class last season. Also an NI Winter Cup winner is Noah McFarlane from Garva, Derry. Putting on a good show here so far in the mid-pack battle, side by side, three abreast in towards turn number 13, and that's Charlie Blair, I believe, who's just snuck up the inside. That is a cheeky move from Charlie, and he's up. It's the number 222, which is Ethan Robinson. Apologies, it's not Charlie Blair, that's Ethan Robinson, who's made that move, and two carts in towards turn number 13. That is a beauty of a move from Ethan Robinson, and might be the move of the day so far. So Alex Riley leads by almost 3 seconds now. Oliver Meredith still in second, as a black and white flag has been shown to Charlie Blair, but he's still making some fantastic moves out on the circuit. There's a battle there. That is the battle for 9th, I believe, between Toby Picken and Cavan Hayes. So Toby Picken just ahead of Cavan Hayes there in that fight, just getting the move done. Charlie Blair 2 spots on that lap, got ahead of both Jude Duvant and Ethan Robinson. So Charlie, despite having a moment on the opening lap, is up to 4th place. He's not quite lapping at Alex Riley levels, but is certainly the second quickest in the field. 55.1 on the last lap for Charlie Blair, where there was 56s for Duvant and Robinson. So Charlie, a bit of a step ahead of the mid-pack. So 2 to go here in the final heat of the mini maxes, and Alex Riley dominant at the front as of now. Second place still Oliver Meredith, so Oliver's done a great job off pole position to hold his second place and get his best result of the day so far. Noah McFarlane in third, Charlie Blair then in fourth. Robinson's got ahead of Duvant, so that's a nice little fight for 5th place between Ethan Robinson and Jude Duvant. The gap up to just over 4 seconds for Alex Riley. So right now, still only lapping about a 1/10 of a second off his personal best, which is of course the fastest lap of this session. Which goes to show the consistency for Alex Riley as well, as there's a battle for 11th place. It's one of the minor placings, but all battles are important in motorsport. Andrew McCullough is fighting Cahin Knox. As last lap board shows, Noah McFarlane and Charlie Blair both looking to try and hunt down Oliver Meredith. But Charlie Blair, if you gave him 2 or 3 more laps, would definitely be on the podium here. But I think Noah McFarlane might just have enough to fend him off on this last lap. There's 0.8 of a second between them. Last lap they were about evens. Or no, actually, no, sorry, Charlie way quicker on the last lap. 54.5 versus 55.5. But it seems like it's going to be too little, too late. But it matters not. For Alex Riley, it's a trifecta of heat wins for him, and he's on top once again here at the mini maxes. Alex Riley dominant. Oliver Meredith in second, did a great job off the pole, and Noah McFarlane will do enough to get ahead of Charlie Blair for the final podium spot. Ethan Robinson then comes home in 5th behind them both. Jude Duvant in 6th, Isaac Ford in 7th with Ben Lalu in 8th, Cavan Hayes then in 9th, Toby Picken is in 10th position ahead of Cahin Knox in 11th. Brogan McDonald then comes home in 12th, does get a spot ahead of Andrew McCullough after his first lap incident. But that is the Mini Maxes then. We'll have their finale coming up in a short while. But good racing across the board. We'll have our Junior Maxes coming up next, and that's been a dramatic class so far today. It should be a good one. So Rotax Junior Maxes here at the RMC, round number 2 at Whiteriver, coming up in a couple of moments. So our Junior Max is up next, the Rotax Junior Max class, and on the pole for this one is going to be Wesley Brereton. He'll line up on the front row. Wesley Brereton, of course, I think I've said this about 10 times today, but one of 4 Breretons racing from County Kildare. It's his second year in karting, but his first year in Rotax racing for PBR. Got 8th in Nuts Corner in round number 1. Keep an eye on the guy in 3rd. That's Ben McCloughery. Been very quick all day so far. So keep an eye on McCloughery. He's going to look to try get the jump in towards turn number 1 and challenge these guys. So, exiting through the final corner, foot down, and we go racing here in Whiteriver. Good start from McCloughery, and you can see Brereton just losing out in towards the first corner. Liam O'Hagan was on the front row alongside him, and I think that could be O'Hagan in the race lead. McCloughery dived down the inside. We said he's a fast starter, and Ben McCloughery had taken the race lead, but he's just had it swooped off him by O'Hagan. Great battle between those two. Ben McCloughery now has work to do. He's on the inside line. That'll become the outside sweeping through there, but he's got it done before they get to the right-hander. Brilliant move by Ben McCloughery. Got it done before the uphill turn number 9 and towards turn number 10. And it is Ben McCloughery in the race lead. Second looks to be O'Hagan. We've had no drama on the opening lap as far as Junior Maxes go. And down the inside, there's a move for second place. TJ Taff is involved in a fight as well. Of course, Taff started at the front last time round. And Taff bounces over the curb. Picks up a bit of grass. Looked like he was a goner almost for a second. But very aggressive racing. TJ is a man on a mission. As we've 3 of them off, 3 off heading through turn number 2. We said it's aggressive racing. And that's gone very, very wrong for 3. Not quite sure who it is. I know Taft's gone through it, although it was in that sort of fight. Ben McCloughery in the race lead, Jason Park in second, Armstrong in third, O'Hagan in fourth. And heading through turn number 2. 2 of them have got back going. But one still in the gravel and doesn't look like he can get that kart restarted. That is awful unfortunate, but an incident there. And our first real big crash of the day. Yellow flags being waved. Ben McCloughery a nice comfortable lead, unaware of what's happened behind him. Second place is going to be Jason Park in this one. Sorry, Adam Holmes, I should say, for Oran Henry Racing. TJ Taff is then in third. And involved in that, actually, was Jason Park, Rory Armstrong, and Conan Warnock. So, 3 big names in this class, all gone off through turn number 2. And Rory Armstrong, who has been absolutely flying in this Junior Max class, was really quick in Heat 2 and won Heat 2. He's gone off and won't be back, or is back in this race, but won't be competing for the race win. Now, the only thing with Rory Armstrong is I take anyone who follows the Junior Maxes back to the Irish Grand Prix last year, and Rory Armstrong's Heat 3 ended up in the grass, and he ended up winning that race. So don't count Armstrong out just yet for the final that's to come, but as far as this heat goes, his day is done. McCloughery still in the race lead, Adam Holmes in second, and then it is TJ Taff in third, who's looking to get his podium after it was taken off him in heat number 2 by taking off him. He seemed to have some sort of issue, just lost places rapidly towards the back end of the race. It's just to confirm, it is Jason Park who, no pun intended, is parked up in this race, and his kart is in the gravel. The rest all still running, but quite spread out across this 1.2 kilometre circuit. Fastest lap of the race, TJ Taff in third. Goes purple, and visibly looking closer to Adam Holmes in front, so whatever changes Taff has made have worked clearly. Ben McCloughery, though, very comfortable out the front in this one. We don't need to run through Ben's achievements again. We know how good a karter he is, and he's looking for his first heat win here today. Holmes, of course, winning heat number 1 earlier on, the Meath man. We'll want to get today wrapped up before the Leinster final at 4:30, but the goal in motorsport is to go as quick as possible, so I suppose he's heading in the right direction. Still yellow flags being waved. That is nothing new. It is that Jason Park incident that happened on the second lap of proceedings. That's just behind Taff in third is Liam O'Hagan in fourth. Wesley Brereton is in fifth. Josh McDonald then in sixth. Conan Warnock in seventh, with Rory Armstrong in eighth. Rory Armstrong fastest lap on the last lap. I told you he likes not to make things difficult for himself, but he does like to avenge his losses, and will aim to do that come the final. At least that happened in heat 3 and not in the race for the C plate. Still no movement in the top 3. Taff closing, but not closing enough to launch an attack on Adam Holmes. Another fastest lap for Rory Armstrong, as he is chucking the car around Whiteriver. Two minutes to go, plus a lap in this one. Still, McCloughery, Holmes, Taff, top 3. In 4th position is Liam O'Hagan. O'Hagan was only 8th for him in Heat 2, so this is a lot better stuff for Liam. He'll be happy with this. Of course, a lot of fantastic prizes on offer in the RMC, but a specific one of interest to the Junior Maxes is, of course, that Junior Mini Challenge test that the top 3 in the championship will get. With thanks to Murray Motorsport, of course, they'll get that, and there's going to be something of a lot of interest to get a test in a tin top rather than in a cart. Gap between Holmes and McCloughery closing a little bit. Last lap did tip in the way of Adam Holmes, but when I tell you these three are lapping so close. McCloughery 51.991, Holmes 51.932, Taff 52.055. So there is less than a tenth separating all three in terms of their lap times. 22 seconds on the clock, so we will have 2 more laps in this one. Again, last time round, all in the 51.9s. It's exceptionally close, and it seems like we found the peak of the lap times here, the Junior Maxes, whether it be track temp or whether it be the maximum they can get out of these karts. But all in the 51.9s is McCloughery, Holmes and Taff. But if they're all lapping the same, it means none of them can have an overtake attempt, and it's going to be Ben McCloughery will come home to take a heat win. Excellent stuff from Ben. Led from the front in this one, needed to have a good first lap, and as he flies through the final corner, excellent result for Ben McCloughery, who ducks his way, one more lap I should say. We do have one more lap, but the result may be inevitable. Although if ever something was to go wrong for Ben McCloughery, it would probably be now, but seems to be all okay. Taff just falling off a little bit on that last lap. By a little bit, I mean 1/10 of a second, but that's how close this class has been. So, despite the premature winner announcement, there's been no drama for Ben McCloughery on the last lap. Adam Holmes has had a great last lap, but Ben McCloughery will lead across the line, and a great win for Ben. Adam Holmes in second, TJ Taff, fantastic podium in third. That is redemption from earlier on for the RD man. Liam O'Hagan comes home in fourth, with Wesley Brereton in fifth. Josh McDonald then in sixth, with Conan Warnock coming home in seventh. Rory Armstrong in eighth after that incident that involved Warnock, Armstrong and Park. Jason Park, of course, not reaching the conclusion of this race. So drama, once again in the Junior Maxes. It always provides the goods, does this class. And it should be a very good finale coming up in a little bit. So McCloughery, your race winner. Holmes in second. Next, of course, we have the Senior Maxes, which, speaking of drama, they have had it all day. Who will win that one? Can anyone dethrone Nathan Glenn or Ruben Kernahan? We'll find out in a few minutes. So, time for the Senior Maxes, the Rotax Senior Max class for their final heat of the day. And it's going to be Zach Leckie, winner last time out, who will start in the pole position here. He will have Ruben Byrne right behind him though, so that should be a very interesting battle come turn number 1. The heat's been an interesting one for this one. Kernahan, McDermott, Mooney, the podium in heat number 1. Glenn, McDermott, Mooney, the podium in heat number 2. Nathan Glenn having some trouble in heat 1, but recovered nicely in the second heat to take a win with a brilliant move around the outside. Has work to do in this one once again if he wants to get a good starting position for the grand finale coming up in a few moments' time. So, Zach Leckie on the pole, the Lisburn man. A former Rotax Grand finalist last year in Italy. And Ruben Byrne right behind him. Recently back from the UK, racing there for the first time since 2022. As they fly through the final corner, Zach Leckie puts the foot down and we go racing here in Whiteriver immediately. Ruben Byrne diving for the inside through turn number 1, not able to make the move. He's going to try it in towards turn number 2, tucked up right into the slipstream, left himself a bit of a gap on the race start. It's a unique way to approach it, but it's worked out all right for Ruben Byrne. We're line astern as we have a spin around. We were line astern, but someone has had a little bit of an issue there, and that is very disappointing. We seem to have had a spinner on a few opening laps here in the heat number 3, so the pressure may be getting to a few guys. It was a good race start for Joseph McMahon as well. Nathan Glenn, I think, is up a handful of spots. But still, Zach Leckie and Ruben Byrne leading us round. It's actually Ruben Byrne in the race lead now, so Zach Leckie, I think, has fallen to second, as it's a couple of moves in towards turn number 14. They fly past the paddock building for the first time. It is, as a matter of fact, Ruben Byrne in the race lead. Zach Leckie second. Josh Allen then is in third with Nathan Glenn in fourth. I believe it was Connor Smith who went round on the opening lap, so very disappointing for Connor Smith, the number 4, 5, 6. Another Lisburn man racing for PBR in this one. 2x2. They go in towards the tight right-hander, in towards the sweeper section of the circuit. It was a big opening lap for Nathan Glenn, up 3 spots, and he's into 4th. I think he's even up to 3rd now, so Nathan getting a great getaway and looking to try and win the second heat, give himself the best chance at winning the C plate. Big dive down the inside. That's Carter Mooney, who's got the job done. Good move from Carter. Noah Taylor is eyeing up that spot as well. You might see Noah going for the race move. Nathan Glenn is up to 3rd, and actually it's a horrid lap for Aaron Coogan, who's dropped a position. There was 2 positions lost for Josh Allen as they head in towards turn number 3 and 4. Diving down the inside, I said Noah Taylor fancied it or what. He's got it done very quickly there is Noah. Great move, gets past Josh Allen, so Allen has fallen another spot, and Noah Taylor, red cart, red suit, yellow helmet, up and in front. Still Ruben Byrne at the front of this one. As down the inside, there we go, Argy Bargy. That's a move from Zach Leckie, and now Nathan Glenn gets involved. Byrne losing 2 positions for the price of 1, and Zach Leckie has got that move. Nathan Glenn now right on his heels. 4:02 versus 4:01. In towards turn number 2. Zach Leckie, real Argy Bargy down the inside, but that's what you've got to be to get past here in Whiteriver, and that allowed Nathan Glenn to just open the door from him, and he snuck through like a draft. Excellent racing from the 2 of them. Ruben Byrne will be disappointed with that, but still in a healthy 3rd with room to work. Carter Mooney not too close, but did set the fastest lap in the last lap, so he's got to be very careful of Carter Mooney's whereabouts. No move from Leckie or Glenn in towards turn 13 this time. Noah Taylor is defending from Dylan McDermott as well. The ever-quick Dylan McDermott, who is looking to charge up through the field the way he did in heat number 1 and in heat number 2. No move for the race lead once again. No move from Dylan McDermott. I thought he might have fancied his chances in getting past Noah Taylor, and there we go. He does fancy his chances. Whoop, down the inside. Dylan McDermott, easy as you like. He loves that corner, does Dylan. I think he's the only person who's actually overtaken that corner today, but he's done it about 5 or 6 times, and Dylan is ahead of Noah Taylor now, and he's up to 5th place. He'll be looking to try and charge past Carter Mooney and Ruben Byrne and get his hands on the front two. As there we go, McDermott dived down the inside, little bit of contact made between himself and Ruben Byrne. There was a bit of afters, and Ruben Byrne, unfortunately, has been hit a few times through that corner, but this is kart racing and it gets aggressive out there. Ruben Byrne now down to 4th, Dylan McDermott in 3rd. This could be a real showcase event if we get a fantastic fight between Zach Leckie, Nathan Glenn and Dylan McDermott, as Ruben Byrne looks like he was going to lose another position there. Sorry, actually, apologies. It wasn't Dylan McDermott who got past Ruben Byrne. It was actually Carter Mooney who got past Ruben Byrne. So Dylan McDermott still stuck behind Ruben. Carter was the one making the move. So even better, add Carter Mooney to that fabulous trio, and we could have a right dogfight on our hands. But not long left. 3 minutes to go. Carter Mooney with the fastest lap, as he seems to always have in the senior maxes. It's a 51 flat for Mooney, only man in the 51 flats. It's down the inside. Dylan McDermott. The actual Dylan McDermott has got past Ruben Byrne. Noah Taylor looking to try get past Ruben Kernahan, not Ruben Byrne. The two Rubens. There's Noah. Oh, that's a big snap, and he's caught it well, but he's going to lose 1, maybe 2 places there. Did a good job to save it, but that was a mistake from Noah Taylor. He's only lost the 1 spot to Joseph McMahon, I think, so he's got away with that one. As Nathan Glenn still not able to get past Zach Leckie in the lead of this race. These two, of course, fought for the overall championship lead last time out in Nuts Corner. Zach Leckie first in the championship, Nathan Glenn second. That's before today's results, of course, are calculated. That will all change overnight when we complete our action here at Whiteriver. As Carter Mooney, new fastest lap of the race in the last lap. First man in the 50s, and he's not just gone in the 50s, he's done a 50.8, so 0.3 of a second quicker than the front two on the last lap was Carter Mooney. And as you can see on your screen there as they fly past the top of your camera shot, he is right on the tail of these two. This could be a freeway fight. We'll have 3 or 4 laps to go, and Carter Mooney is looking for a heat win here in the senior maxes. Just gels with this circuit beautifully, does Carter Mooney in late races. And look at that, a fist pump. He's egging himself on to try and overtake the fabulous Nathan Glenn. Look at Carter just running a different line to Nathan, trying to get every advantage possible. And Nathan is going to have to use attack as the best form of defence here, it seems, and try something on Zach Leckie, because Zach hasn't budged since he got into the lead of this race a few laps ago. And both Leckie and Glenn running practically dead even. So Glenn trying to force him into a mistake. This will allow Dylan McDermott to try catch the two of them, which is probably the last thing they want. 2 to go then, as we cross the checkered flag. Or we cross the checkered stripe, I should say. It is Zach Leckie, your race leader. And it is Nathan Glenn second and Carter Mooney third. This one's not over yet. One of these are going to try and move for sure. They don't want to jeopardise their chances too much in the finale, but an extra starting position or two would go a long way to maybe winning a seat plate and maybe taking the championship lead here at RMC round 2. Mooney doesn't try anything yet. He's slowed down on the last lap since he's caught this train, so he has more pace in his back pocket if he wants it. He's just not being allowed to use it because he can't find a way past Nathan Glenn. 1 to go then, as the last lap board shows. Zach Leckie glance over the right shoulder. He's had a great last lap and has about 1/10 of a second between himself and Nathan Glenn, and that's exactly what he needs to defend with. Carter Mooney just losing it a little bit through that middle sector, and it seems like despite the top three being so close, none of them just able to overtake. It's very similar to what we had earlier in our Micro Max race, where the top three were just so close that no one could separate them. Same as the Junior Maxes, actually. And Zach Leckie has driven a fantastic race. No mistakes. Didn't invite Nathan Glenn to go for a move. And look how late Glenn is braking just to try and get everything out of it. He's not home and dry until he's across the checkered flag. Here is Zach Leckie. And out of the final corner, he's going to be okay. It's a brilliant heat win for Zach Leckie. Nathan Glenn comes home in second. Frustrated at that one, potentially. And third spot will go to Carter Mooney. Dylan McDermott will take fourth. And then in fifth position will be Ruben Kernahan. And Ruben Byrne, his fellow namesake, in sixth. Scott Riley seventh. And it was Noah Taylor, Joseph McMahon, Owen Dunn, Nadine Kavanagh will come home in 11th, with Keith Burke in 12th. Keith, great to see Keith finishing a race. Had two technical faults earlier on in both the heats. Wasn't able to finish. So Keith comes home at 12th. Aaron Coogan 13th. And Josh Allen, Kevin Shannon, Jay Larkin, Sean Cooney, Tyler Bruton, and Connor Smith, unfortunately, not getting to the finish that time round. So that's your Senior Maxes. More Senior Max action coming up in a couple of moments with our Senior Max 177s. So it's our Senior Max 177s who are up now, and this has been a fabulous class so far today, as of all the classes. Two earlier heats, very entertaining. It was Simon Bowen who won the first one, ahead of Cairns in second, and then Pádraig Dowdall in third. And then in heat number 2, we had a brilliant battle at the front between Harry Fagan and Mark Shields, and Shields was... or sorry, Fagan, I should say, was able to take the win ahead of Shield, and then Porrick Downall in third again. So on the pole for this one, though, is our race winner from Nuts Corner, Mark Vassy, and then alongside him, I believe, is Simon Bowen himself, and then Niall Murray on the second row. This should be a good one for the final corner now, approaching the tram line. And it's going to be Mark Vassy on the front row as they bump start. And Vassy, wow, what a getaway he's got as we go racing here in Whiteriver once again for the Senior Max 177s. Mark Vassy with the biggest lead into turn one of the day so far. A couple of guys side by side in the backpack, but line astern for the most part of it. The bump off the line working an absolute treat for Mark Vassy, and I'm not really too sure what happened. I think the rest of the field just slowed down, and Vassy followed protocol, did nothing wrong there, and just went for it. Anthony O'Connell missing out on the start as well, but Simon Bowen, I believe, in second place. Niall Murray is up near the front as well. His first kart race since 2009. He's driven probably everything else since then, but his first competitive kart weekend since 2009. He said he was feeling a bit sore after warm-up even this morning. Here we go then across the start-finish line for the first time. Mark Vassy in the race lead. Anthony O'Connell hunting him down in second. Simon Bowen third. Porrick Downall is in fourth. And it's Dennis Cherry, Niall Murray, Paddy Fitzpatrick, Harry Fagan, Mark Shields, Liam Kearns, Jared Healy, Shane Lynch, Stephen O'Keefe, and the other Cherry, Brian Cherry. With a race lead for Mark Vassy. And he had a fabulous gap in towards turn number one, but that's been closed down fairly quickly by Anthony O'Connell here. And O'Connell not too far off Vassy on the last lap, despite that fabulous race start for Mark. Anthony O'Connell, of course, third in the final last time out, but was fourth overall, and now he's gone down the inside of Mark here, not able to get it done. Mark will defend. And third place, Simon Bowen, is just chomping at the bit here to try and get in front. Mark Shields still leads here in the Senior Max 177s. No move on for Anthony O'Connell, though. He'll have to stay behind for the time being. Shane Lynch getting a spot on the last lap. He was your only mover and shaker on lap 2 of this one. Getting ahead of Jared Healy. Mark Vassy in the lead still. And there's no real challenge into there for Anthony O'Connell. Can he chuck one down the inside here? No, he can't. Will stay in second place in the 5:04. And then in third, of course, is Simon Bowen. Simon Bowen, who has a long history in Irish karting. He probably won't like me for bringing this up, but his karting history goes all the way back to 2011 when he ran a Senior Max race in that boy. So he's been in the class for quite some time. There's a fabulous Irish Independent article still out there about Simon Bowen's Senior Max achievements. It's good to see he still has it in him, and he's fighting at the front here in heat number 3. Bit of a twitch for Mark Vassy as he heads back up the hill, but still in the race lead. This is a real chance for O'Connell now to try one, and he looked, but Vassy with the defensive line. Vassy almost pushed through the corner as they're all so close here, and there is a dive down the inside from someone in the mid-pack. That was the number 556. That was Dennis Cherry, who dived one down the inside, and a great move there for Dennis. Got it done. She lost that spot at the start of the lap and then recovered it, so Dennis Cherry with a great move there. Still though, with 4 minutes to go on the clock, Mark Vassy in the race lead. Anthony O'Connell just can't do anything about it. It's a similar situation to what we've seen all afternoon, I suppose, since lunch. Just Carter at the front, just about has enough pace to stay in front, although O'Connell's a lot closer this time round. He's right on his tail, and the cart is practically a tandem at this point. Anthony O'Connell Not able to find a way through once again. That turn 13 is your real overtaking spot. It's a lot more difficult to make a move through there in a senior max card than maybe a mini max or a junior max. You've got to have a more clear-cut opportunity to get past in one of these beauties. This is allowing Simon Bowen to catch up to the front two, so any advantage that the front two had over the rest of the field is now gone. And the field, bar two stragglers in the form of Gerald Healy and Brian Cherry, are all as one, snaking their way round County Louth. And as they enter back into picture, it's still the same as we were. That was free abreast in towards turn number 13. That was the 5-1-1 of Liam Kearns, who's just got 2 spots there. So an excellent move from a former Leinster Winter Series winner. He's got 2 for the price of 1 there, has Liam Kearns. That's a neat move around the outside. They snake down through the sweeper, turn 7 once again. There is 2 minutes on the clock plus a lap, of course. Fastest lap in this one, Harry Fagan. Of course, Fagan won heat number 2. Finished 4th in heat number 1. So he's picking up strong pace going into the final. And might be a challenger for the C plate once we see how the grid shapes up there. But Mark Vassy just showing his experience here. Showing what's won him senior max races before. Just ensuring no mistake is made while leading ahead of Anthony O'Connell. It's really close between O'Connell and Vassy now. O'Connell almost looking for the move in towards turn number 8 and up the hill through turn number 9. He's lost out a little bit there. It seems like Mark Vassy just has it through turn number 9, and that's what's given him the advantage. He's quick in the right corners, and that's what's keeping him ahead. Unless O'Connell can lunge one down the inside here. No, he can't. We'll have to stay behind. And now O'Connell has fallen off the line a little bit. This is going to invite Simon Bowen to go for a move. And Anthony O'Connell is struggling here. And Simon Bowen might be able to flick one past. If we go past the start-finish line, we'll have almost 3 laps to go. Or just about 3 laps to go, I should say. We'll have 3 to go by maybe a second or 2. So depends how quick they get this lap done. Still no change in the top 3, despite Anthony O'Connell looking a little bit offline there. Able to recover very well. And once again, Vassy just about staying in front. O'Connell looking really close this time round. Is he going to go for it? No. Just stays behind. He's not willing to take the risk here, is Anthony. He knows this is going to lead to a very nice grid position for the final, where they're racing for the C plate, of course. But he's just not willing to risk one around the outside or down the inside. Just can't find a way past. It's like a moving chicane in front. Simon right behind, looking close here on O'Connell. Might be going for second place. He's in a good position as it is. Of course, won the earlier heat, but got 5th in the second heat. So he'd like maybe another spot to just bump him up that grid. I don't think he's going to find it, though. We're on the last lap of the Senior Max 177 heats. And no move from Anthony O'Connell. So Mark Vassy got the fantastic launch to start the race, and that has led him to victory. It's not been easy. He's defended well, gets to the final corner, and Mark Vassy just about wins it. Anthony O'Connell just about getting second from Simon Bowen in the end. Bowen almost had to go for the final corner, and it was a little bit of a drag race, but Mark Vassy, excellent win, and his first heat win of the day, his first race win since the last round of the RMC. It was Anthony O'Connell second, Simon Bowen third, and it was Pádraig D'Undle, his first race not on the podium. Harry Fagan. Then in 5th ahead of Dennis Cherry, Paddy Fitzpatrick, Liam Kearns, Mark Shields. Then it was Jared Healy, Shane Lynch, Niall Murray and Brian Cherry, with the bottom 3 unfortunately not making the checker. So fabulous win for Mark Vassy. Next up on our final heat race of the day is our guest class here, of course. It's our Miami X30 Juniors. So it's our Miami X30 Juniors who are out on track now, and pole for this one will go to Eric Glissennan. We'll be starting at the front. Heat 2 in this one, very entertaining. Michaela Hart came home victorious, ahead of Aaron Murphy, who won heat number 1. It's going to be an OHR run to turn number 1, leading as we enter through the final corners to get ready to go. Keep an eye on Hart, on Murphy in this one, as they head through the final corner now, and foot to the floor we go racing here. Once again, brilliant start from Aaron Murphy already. You can see looking for a move in towards turn number 1, has found it. Michaela Hart on the inside of not Jamie Peoples by the looks of it, seems to be Martin Shannon. Jamie Peoples in 3rd in this one, but still Glissennan in the race lead. Then Aaron Murphy in 2nd. Then it is Jamie Peoples and Michaela Hart in 4th. Good race start from Glissennan. Has been there or thereabouts pace-wise, and just wants to find 1 or 2 tenths more and keep up with teammate Aaron Murphy. Eric Glissennan, of course, as you mentioned earlier, a former Miami World finalist. It's the front two looking to run away a little bit here with this one. Is Murphy going to try one down the inside? He's going to look for it, not going to find it. As it is Eric Glissennan in the race lead. Murphy 2nd, Hart, then it's Peoples, Carney, and then Shannon. to round us out. So the front two are running away here a little bit with this one. Michaela Hart will have something to say about that. She'll try catch up and make this a three-way fight for the race lead. But Eric Lesenin doing a fabulous job on that opening lap to keep Murphy behind, who's been so stellar all day so far. There's no clear-cut favourite for this one, because Aaron Murphy might have the best outright pace, but we saw wasn't able to get past Michaela Hart and seems to be struggling in getting past Eric Lesenin for now. Once again, you can see, looking for the move, not able to find it. I'll have to dig a little bit deeper, search a little bit harder, and try find something maybe into turn number one as they fly down. Still Eric Lesenin, and there goes Aaron Murphy down the inside. Found the treasure into the race lead. Excellent move from Aaron Murphy. He leads here in heat number 3. Eric Lesenin in second, still Michaela Hart in third. That's a swap for the race lead, and now this is where it's a challenge for Eric. Got to keep up with Aaron Murphy here. Murphy's outright pace has been fabulous, as we said. You can see about 1, 2, 3 tenths of a second already separating the two. They were a lot closer when it was Eric Lesenin in front. A bit of separation, then back to Michaela Hart, Jamie Peoples, and Martin Shannon. Some problems for Joey Kearney. He's not taken the last couple of laps, so already's pulled off, it seems. Fastest lap last time round for Aaron Murphy as well, as you can expect. The battle for fourth between Peoples and Shannon. Martin Shannon looking fairly close to Jamie Peoples. Remember, Jamie Peoples was fighting for the race lead in heat number 2, but unfortunately had an incident with, I think it was, I can't remember if it was Lesenin or Shannon, but one of them, and lost a lot of spots after being stuck on the grass. Fastest lap last time round for Aaron Murphy, as expected. He went 2 tenths of a second quicker than Eric Lesenin, who actually set his personal best on the last lap as well. So 7:15 leading 7:04. And Jamie Peoples has been overtaken by Martin Shannon. So Shannon is in front of Jamie Peoples. Good move by Martin Shannon. Doolin, Clare, third year of racing, of course, and a keen boxer, enjoys boxing. So, big lead in this one for Aaron Murphy as there's 3 minutes to go. Eric Lesenin in second with Michaela Hart in third. Then it's Martin Shannon, Jamie Peoples, and unfortunately we've lost Joey Kearney. But Aaron Murphy starting to stretch his legs here a little bit. Oh, 7 tenths of a second quicker than Eric Lesenin on the last lap, and it's a 51-1 for Aaron Murphy that time round. Really, really quick lap. Of course, didn't get the win in Heat 2. Was beaten by Michaela Hart. But is soaring here around Whiteriver in Heat 3. 2 minutes on the clock then, plus 1 lap, of course. It's one of these dominant performances that we have almost become accustomed to. We almost became accustomed to them earlier, but the Heat 3s have been a lot closer, thankfully, and obviously the finals will be as well. We have plenty of finals coming up, of course, for all the classes, folks, and they will be racing for the C plate here at the RMC Round 2 Race of Champions. Some fabulous prizes on offer in this whole RMC Championship as well. Oh, just to run you through a few of them, we said we'd go through them earlier on. Just €50,000 prize fund, which is a fabulous amount. There's Rotax Grand Final ticket, not for this X30 Junior class, but unfortunately, but there is Rotax Grand Final tickets on offer for the Mini Maxes, Junior Maxes and Senior Maxes. There's a Max Engine on offer as well. We have OMP Custom Suits for first place in one of our headline events for 5 classes. Bell Helmets for first place in a headline event for 5 classes. And then for today, some prizes you can win. A €200 Rotax voucher. Whoever wins the final will get one of them, and that's in all the events. Second place will get an XPS lubricant pack. And then third, we'll get a nice Rotax t-shirt. So some fabulous prizes for the top 3. Of course, we had our slick tyre raffle earlier, which you can check out on the Rotax Karting Ireland social media pages. We did that during the lunch break, and there was some fabulous winners of them. And then, of course, we've spoke about it briefly in the Junior Max and Senior Max races, but there is actual test days on offer in real racing machinery. There's been a Seat Super Cup sat outside the Murray Motorsport van all day here today in Whiteriver, so if you are here and you haven't had a look at it, make sure you do, because who doesn't love looking at a race car? But in terms of the race out on track, the Miami X30 Juniors, Aaron Murphy is coming around to take the victory here. We'll have one more lap after this one, but he has flown since he got past Eric Glassenon. Glassenon done well in second, has pulled the gap ahead of Michaela Hart in third, who of course is a heat winner, so a force to be reckoned with. As the last lap board is shown, we are on to the final lap of our heat here today as a whole. And it is Aaron Murphy who's on course to take the win in the 715. So running through the final couple of corners is Aaron Murphy of Oran Henry Racing. And it's going to be a dominant win for him, similar to what he produced in the opening heat. It'll be 2 heat wins for Murphy heading into the final, coming up in a few moments' time. Great win for Aaron Murphy as he sees the checker Eric Glassenon coming home in second, Michaela Hart in third with Martin Shannon in fourth. It'll then be Jamie Peoples, and unfortunately we didn't get to see Joey Kearney out on track for more than a lap. But that'll be that then for the heats. The heats have all been completed. Let's get down to business. We have the finals coming up here at RMC round number 1. We'll be starting with our Micro Maxes, of course, and that should be a real contest. We had 3 cracking heats in them, and it's going to be a right fight between Corey Lyons, Jaden McElhenney and Harry Tyllee. So we have some great racing coming up in a few moments' time at the RMC round 2 here at Whiteriver. The C Plate, the Race of Champions finals. It is time for the finale of the Rotax Micro Maxes. Corey Lyons, of course, taking first in 2 heats. Jaden McElhenney taking first in the other. And this should be a right old tussle here in this one. Of course, the youngest of our carters out here, racing in the Rotax Micromax Cadet kart. But do not let that make you think that these guys can't race. So it's going to be Lyons and McElhenney down towards the first corner. He'll be fighting for this one. Keep an eye on Harry Tyley in third as well. As to get our C-plate races underway, it is the Rotax Micro Max Cadets. This should be a good one. Slightly longer race this one, 8 minutes plus a lap, and as they head for the final corner, we go racing here at Whiteriver. Great start from Jaden McElhenney, who actually has the pole ahead of Corey Lyons, and they're side by side for the first corner. Lyons going for the outside on Jaden McElhenney, but not able to find a move. Jaden McElhenney in the race lead here, and Harry Tyley has had a poor race start as well. I think Ollie Williamson has actually made a manoeuvre there and is in front of Harry, so great start for Ollie Williamson in this one. Of course, Lyons, McElhenney and Tyley so close all day. We expect them to be close here once again, and you can see Corey Lyons already looking to get past Jaden McElhenney in towards turn number 13 as Harry Tyley looking to try and swoop round the outside of Ollie Williamson, I believe, but not able to get it done. There goes McElhenney past to start, and then it is, yes, Ollie Williamson with a great race start here. He's up to third. That's an excellent start in the final. One of our guest racers here in Whiteriver is Corey Lyons going for the race lead. The top two are starting to run away with this one. Harry Tyley, if he wants to try and win the Race of Champions here in Whiteriver, he's got to get past Ollie Williamson pretty quickly. But so far, so good for Jaden McElhenney. But this is a long race, the longest that the Micro Maxes will have to face. And Jaden McElhenney, of course, narrowly missed out last time out in round number 1 due to a stuck throttle. So, looking for revenge. Looking to avenge his losses, I should say. Looking for revenge. But he's a tough job ahead with Corey Lyons, who's already looking for some moves. Some defensive lines taken from Jaden McElhenney as Harry Tyley has oh, he almost got the move done on Williamson, but then just got out on the curb on the outside and wasn't able to get the run down the start-finish straight. Corey Lyons, is he got to be able to look for it in towards turn number 2? No, he isn't. So Lyons still stays behind. Jaden McElhenney in the race lead. Corey Lyons right close through the sweeping left-hander at turn number 7. But no budging. Jaden McElhenney in front for now. McElhenney driving very defensive early on, but doing a good job of it. As these two are running away with this, Williamson doing a stellar job staying in front of Tyley. Just to run you through the full order then, as they cross the start-finish line with 5 minutes to go. It is Jaden McElhenney, Corey Lyons. Then it is Ollie Williamson, Harry Tyley, Harley Brereton, Ben Daly and Alex Murray. That's Corey Lyons' fastest lap of the race the last time round. He did a 59.132. Jaden McElhenney did a 59.135. There's 3 thousandths of a second separating these two on their best laps of the race. That's how close they are, and you can see Corey Lyons right behind Jaden McElhenney in towards turn number 8 and turn number 9, but not able to find a way past. Lifted off and just gave himself a bit of a buffer to plan a move in towards maybe the late part of the track, but Corey Lyons is eager to make a move here. He's hot on the heels of McElhenney, and McElhenney's going to have a long 4 minutes ahead defending from young Corey. as they round through, both improving their personal bests last time round. McElhenney the quicker of the pair that time, though. Corey Lyons just can't quite find a way past, but giving it absolutely everything here. 3 minutes and 40 to go in our first finale at RMC round 2. Jaden McElhenney now at about 2/3 of a second ahead of Corey Lyons. So Jaden flying this one here and is on course to maybe win this race. You don't want to call it too early because anything can happen, but it's another fastest lap of the race for Jaden McElhenney. He is one with the circuit now. Absolutely flying is the young man from Manacunningham, Donegal. Harry Tyley has got past Ollie Williamson for 3rd place, so he is on the podium, and if he stays there he'll pick himself up a nice Rotax t-shirt, but he probably wants a little bit more from this race. Got 2nd last time out in round number 1. You'd like a little bit more from this. It's Corey Lyons still giving it absolutely everything. 2 minutes and 15 seconds plus a lap to go. Still plenty of time when it comes to a kart race. We've seen it already. It could all go downhill in one singular corner. As McElhenney and Lyons lapping Alex Murray, although to be fair to Alex Murray, his lap times have improved tenfold since the start of the day. So this has been a really good learning day for Alex Murray in his first time out in a competitive race kart. But it's still Jaden McElhenney in the race lead. Corey Lyons in 2nd. And that gap just staying the same now. It's not really shaking. Jaden McElhenney on the last lap was quicker again, and he's been setting a new fastest lap every time. Corey Lyons is keeping up with him and also improving his fastest lap, but we will see. As I say that, no, neither of them improved on the last time round. We'll have about 3 laps to go here, so still plenty of time for the Limerickman to try and get in front. It is not looking hopeful for the time being for Corey Lyons. Closer again, though, he is in towards the uphill section. But no move being made. Two laps to go then as they cross the line with about 7 seconds. It's the fastest lap in this one, currently at 58.6 by McElhenney. Did 58.8 the last time round, so the pace has dropped off only a couple of tenths, but it is so close between these two. Corey Lyons did gain a 1/10 of a second on Jaden McElhenney, but there's still about 3 of them between, and McElhenney's just driving phenomenally, getting out of the corner so well and really doing a stellar job here. So we will have one more trip round. It is very nervy stuff out on track as Corey Lyons, oh, he's got it done! He's got it done out of nowhere! What a move by Corey Lyons! Gets past Jaden McElhenney, and McElhenney's now going to try fight back. Last lap of the Micro Maxes, here at the finale, and there is nothing to separate them. Jaden McElhenney going for it in towards turn number 1, but Corey Lyons defends. What a cracking move out of absolutely nowhere to take the race lead for Corey Lyons, but it's not over just yet. McElhenney, I don't even think saw it coming, so he's going to try a move of his own. Will he have the inside line through here? Doesn't opt for it, opts for the better run through the sweeping section. It's so close between the Limerickman and the Donegalman, heading in towards the back part of the track. Jaden McElhenney is so close for going for it. No, can't quite get it done in towards turn number 8 and turn number 9. Corey Lyons just about in front. If he's able to take it, he's pulled this one from nowhere as Corey Lyons. It was all but done. And now heading up to the corner where the move was made. Lyons defends it. Is McElhenney going to be able to have a dive down the inside? He goes for it. There's contact made between the two. Lyons looked like he was going round. He won't. Is McElhenney able to have one for the final corner? Let's wait and see. It's going to be a drag race to the line. It's Corey Lyons who wins the Micromax Race of Champions. What a cracking battle from these young gentlemen out on circuit. That was scintillating. Corey Lyons gets the job done and just about beats Jaden McElhenney with a move on the penultimate lap that would impress any racing driver. Well done, Corey. He backs up his earlier win in the season in round number 1, and there's fist pumps of delight as he brings the cart in. What a race in the Micro Maxes. What an excellent start to the finales. I think we could be in for a good one, folks. Just to confirm your results: Corey Lyons, your race winner; Jaden McElhenney in second; Harry Thiley in third; Ollie Williamson in fourth; Harley Brereton in fifth; and then Ben Daly will come home sixth; Alex Murray in seventh. What a cracking race. What a brilliant race. Next up, and hopefully just as good, will be the Mini Maxes. And in between the races, not this time, folks, as we obviously just had that race finished, but in between the races we'll have a few interviews with your winners, so hopefully we get to hear from young Corey and maybe ask him about that move in a few moments' time. So next up, our Rotax Mini Maxes here for their finale. And there's a favourite going into it, and that is Alex Riley. Dominated all 3 heats and has taken 3 wins, but didn't get the win in the final in round number 1. So that was Noah McFarlane, so he might still have a foot in the fight here. Front row for this one will be Riley in 287. And then it is going to be Turn 3 Motorsports' Oliver Meredith in the 204. Oliver from Castleknock, Dublin. A lot of great results across the board. I remember him telling me his football team of choice is Manchester City, though, so some people might have an issue with that. In terms of his driving standards, though, and his karting ability, there's absolutely no questions. Great little racer, but he's going to have to use every ounce of his skill that he's developed so far to beat Alex Riley, it seems, here, who seems to be king of the mini-maxes around Whiteriver. But this is motorsport, and anything that could happen usually does, so let's wait and see. As it will be Riley who will have the inside line with Meredith round the outside, and as they boot it through the final corner, we go racing for the Mini-Max finale. And it is Alex Riley who leads ahead of Oliver Meredith in third, actually. So that is the third place starter, who is Charlie Blair, who's up to second. Charlie, of course, had great late race pace, and he was probably the only one matching Alex Riley. So there could be a real fight between these two, between Meredith and between Charlie Blair. Through the sweepers now, all line astern. And already you can see Alex Riley just stretching his legs a little bit and just staying in front of Charlie Blair. Blair really needs to go for a move pretty quickly if he wants to try and capitalise ahead of Alex. But as they round through the final corner, let's have a look at your order so far. It is Alex Riley who leads, Charlie Blair second, Noah McFarlane third, Oliver Meredith in fourth, then it's Cavan Hayes, Ethan Robinson, and Brogan McDonald, then it is Isaac Ford, Toby Picken, Ben Lalu, then it is Cahin Knox, Jude Duvant, and Andrew McCullough is your order so far. So Oliver Meredith actually losing 2 places on that race start. Not what he would have wanted to start his finale. So Alex Riley with a nice race lead over Charlie Blair very early on here. And there goes Oliver Meredith down the inside. Little bit of a nudge between the two, but all clean and fair for Oliver Meredith. Turn Free Motorsport man gets up and ahead, and he's in towards third place. A little bit further back, no real movers or shakers on that second lap. Only Oliver Meredith, who got ahead of Noah McFarlane. Alex Riley, though, blistering pace at the front of this one, as expected. We didn't really doubt him come into it, but he's confirming. And he's pushing aside any inklings of he might lose this one. Good race start for Brogan McDonald as well, who of course had a bit of a moment heading through, or heading on the opening lap in heat number 3. He's having a strong and steady race, 6th and 7th positions in the heat races, currently in 7th, battling with Isaac Ford, who he's been battling with for most of the day so far. Alex Riley, your leader still, and going to go quicker on this lap as well, I would say. It was a 54.3 is his fastest lap so far, but Alex Riley really, really pushing it. And every single lap gets that little bit quicker. Yep, went quicker again, 54.2. There's a battle here in the back, though, and this seems to be between Brogan McDonald and Isaac Ford once again, and McDonald is just about ahead, and Ford not able to make the move. So your runners as they stand with 4 minutes and 50 to go. Alex Riley, your race leader, then it's Charlie Blair, Oliver Meredith, Noah McFarlane, then it is Cavan Hayes, Ethan Robinson, Brogan McDonald, Isaac Ford, Toby Picken, Ben Lalu, Cahin Knox, Andrew McCullough, and then Jude Duvant rounding out the order. First and second in a world of their own, third as well, but the battle for fourth a lot closer. And Noah and Cavan Hayes slowly closing in on Noah McFarlane. Now Isaac Ford, is he going to look for a move from Brogan McDonald in towards Charlie? No, not quite close enough. Brogan just has enough down the straights, it seems, to stay in front in this one. Alex Riley, still a comfortable leader as he comes past the start-finish line. The gap for Riley, just under 3 seconds now. Battle for fourth is developing though, and it seems like Ethan Robinson is looking to challenge Noah McFarlane for this one. Brogan McDonald just staying in front of Isaac Ford now for the time being. 2 minutes and 40 on the clock, plus a lap, of course. It's the Alex Riley show here in Whiteriver. A lead to the tune of 3 seconds now, ahead of Charlie Blair in second. Charlie really lit up the track with his overtakes earlier on, but his second position starting spot, or third position starting spot I should say, has dimmed that a little bit. Not able to make as many impressive moves as we saw. Heat 2, Heat 3, he was flying through the field late race, and really impressive stuff from him. But Alex Riley, no one even in the same part of the track almost as him now. He's heading through 14, just entering 13 then is Charlie Blair, and Charlie a fabulous racer, but Alex Riley is just putting on a performance of a lifetime here, it seems. Looking over his shoulder, he's not even looking forward on the straight. That's how relaxed Alex Riley is. Lapping only 100th off his personal best almost every time. It's insane consistency, and only a handful of laps left. Isaac Ford still not able to find a way past Brogan McDonald, as we'll have 2 laps to go in this one as Alex Riley flies past the paddock building once again. There's a fight developing for fourth place though. We have 3 Carters in amongst Noah McFarlane. That is McFarlane, of course, Robinson and Calvin Hayes, so Ethan Robinson might be looking to try and get out something. There's crucial championship points on offer, of course, for all the places. Robinson was third last time round and sits third in the championship. If he wants to challenge, the top of the order, he needs to pick up some valuable points and get a couple more places. Of course, this will do really nicely for Charlie Blair's championship efforts. The Spratt Racing team driver was 13th. He is 13th in the championship. Oh, someone going skating across the gravel there. That's in that battle for fourth and has lost that place. Done very well indeed to save that one, as that looks to be the number 4 or the number 207. That seems to be Calvin Hayes, who's gone across, and in his fight with Rory Armstrong, this is turning into fisticuffs. This is all elbows out as we enter the last lap of the race. It's not quite a fight for the race win in the same fashion it was in the micro maxes, but the mini maxes with a nice battle for fourth. And it was Ethan Robinson getting past Calvin Hayes, just to confirm. Hayes got all out of shape heading through the downhill turn number 10, just got on that curb, which, having hit it once or twice myself in a rental car, it's not a nice curb. You can definitely feel the afters of it. But it's been absolutely dominance from this man, and dominance is probably an understatement. Alex Riley is going to win the C plate here at the Rotax Mini Maxes. What a fabulous win for Alex Riley. Takes the checkered flag, and it hasn't really been in question since warm-up this morning. What a brilliant performance from him. Second place then will go to Charlie Blair. Oliver Meredith will then get it third. Noah McFarlane in fourth. Ethan Robinson in fifth with Calvin Hayes in sixth. Brogan McDonald in seventh with Isaac Ford, who'll take eighth. And it's Toby Picken in ninth. Cahy Knox in 10th. Ben Lalu in 11th. Andrew McCullough will take 12th. And Jude Duvant 13th. That is the mini maxes, and a fabulous win for Alex Riley. So we're here with our race winner from one of the earlier races, the Micro Maxes, Corey Lyons. Corey, congratulations. A brilliant overtake in the second last lap to win. Where did that come from?
So I don't know, he made a little mistake. So I kind of, not like a big one, like a tiny mistake. And I caught up to him, and then I started planning where I'll overtook him. And then I overtook him, and I just defended for the last few corners. And I got the win, but I got great performance out of him, my teammate, Jaden, and it was one of my favorite races this year. So.
It was a brilliant fight. It was one of our favourite races as well. Is it good to have a teammate who's just as quick as you, because you can have some brilliant fun on the track?
Yeah. But yeah, it's fun, but then you kind of beat them more.
You really want, it's a bit of a Hamilton-Rosberg situation with the two of you then. You're good friends, but you want to beat them. I have a present for you. It's your C plate and then a €200 Rotax voucher as well. Congratulations, Corey. A big well done. So the Rotax Junior Maxes out on track now, and we had a fabulous fight with these earlier. It's been quite a dramatic class, this one. We've seen incidents, we've seen overtakes, we've seen crashes, and this should be a good one. Earlier heats were pretty split. We're almost coming to a stop here, heading through the final corner. Ben McCloughery won heat number 3. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on Rory Armstrong as well, who'll be looking for redemption after that earlier crash. And as we head to the tramp tracks, we go racing in the Junior Maxes. Great start for Ben McCloughery. Great start for Adam Holmes as well in towards turn number 1. Holmes leads, and Ben McCloughery is looking for this one. TJ Taff as well in 4th is looking to try and make some moves. Rory Armstrong, of course, is a force to be reckoned with behind, and he's looking for a move down the inside, already looking to try and get 2 places ahead. It was a good start from Conan Warnock as well. But a healthy lead for Adam Holmes, the Meath man who'd love to win near his home. And there's a nice comfortable lead here early on ahead of Ben McCloughery. There's this move going on there. Seems like Conan Warnock is trying a move down the inside and has got it done. They fly past the paddock building for the first time. It is Adam Holmes in the race lead. Then it's Ben McCloughery, Rory Armstrong, TJ Taft and Jason Park. Remember, Armstrong and Park had that incident at this corner on this lap. They both get through it now though. Adam Holmes stretching out a margin here. Really impressive stuff from Adam. Won, of course, heat number 1 today. Didn't win 2 or 3. Got 3rd and 2nd in both, respectively. This is a job well done from Adam. Ben McCloughery's going to have to put the hammer down. He wants to try and catch Adam here. And TJ Taft just looking to try and get past Rory Armstrong in 3rd place. Big fight going on between Jason Park and Conan Warnock. Jason is a man on a mission, up 3 spots already in this race, and it might even be one more as he crosses the start finish. No, it isn't. Actually lost the place on that lap, would you believe? Conan Warnock is in front. A new fastest lap for Adam Holmes, though, so confirming what we can see, and that is he is extending the margin. Adam Holmes in the lead here as Ben McCloughery under a little bit of pressure from Rory Armstrong in third. TJ Taft still keeping with these as well. Fastest lap of the race that time round actually went to TJ Taft, so his early race pace once again is excellent. It seems like he always gets he always grabs the fastest lap early on somewhere. Adam Holmes though, nice comfortable lead in this one. We have 6 minutes plus a lap to go, so still plenty of time. Things could change, and Ben McCloughery, Rory Armstrong and TJ Taft will be looking to change that. Holmes, glance over the shoulder, wants to see where his opponents are. Ben McCloughery, head down and pushing. Wants to catch and maybe even win this Junior Max C-Plate. It was the fastest lap last time round for Adam Holmes, but Ben McCloughery practically matched it. So they're both pushing a lot. It was actually all four, the top four, all in the 52.1s the last lap round. So all exceptionally close. One little mistake for Adam Holmes and he could be swallowed up by the three behind. Behind these three, Conan Warnock is in a little bit of a world of his own, ahead of a train of Jason Park, Liam O'Hagan, and then Wesley Brereton and Josh McDonald just behind them. There's a move attempt from Rory Armstrong on Ben McCloughery, but wasn't really a great one. Didn't make the move. Didn't commit to the move, I should say. And that now has TJ Taft right on his tail. TJ got a podium in heat number 3. He'd love another one. Adam Holmes flying on this lap, seems to have pulled about another kart length over Ben McCloughery in second. Adam he just looks like he's out for a Sunday drive, but pushing to the absolute maximum here. I think I said the same thing in heat number 1. It just looks like he's cruising, but he absolutely is not. There's a couple of fist pumps from the pit wall for Adam Holmes. They're all still in the 52.1s. Exceptional consistency from the entire top four. Adam Holmes though still has the lead with 4 minutes to go. As Taft down the inside, neat move on Rory Armstrong. Armstrong fights it back, gets the job done on TJ once again. So TJ got the move done initially, and a hand thrown at Rory Armstrong. TJ's been emotional in the kart all day, once again showing it. And I think that one definitely was the John Cleland British Touring Car moment out on track. But Adam Holmes still with a nice lead. Did the fastest lap of the race in the last lap. Adam Holmes, of course, a multiple race winner in MI and Tulliannon. He's raced 2.5 years here. Oh, sorry, he raced 2.5 years in an X30. Here, of course, in the Rotax Junior Maxes. Is Taft not able to avenge the last lap and get back past Rory Armstrong? So Armstrong still in third, and there's a bit of separation now between all the top four. Adam Holmes is getting comfortable in this one, and he's extending the gap even more over Ben McCloughery. Rory Armstrong then in third, then it's Taft, Warnock, Park, O'Hagan, Brereton and McDonald. Adam Holmes, once again with a nice comfortable gap as we enter the last sector. Taff looking right behind Armstrong. And I have to say, this has been a good last few laps for Conan Warnock, who is slowly catching TJ Taff for fourth. So we could have a battle for third in our hands between 3 karts instead of 2. But Adam Holmes, another fastest lap in the last lap. I know it seems like I'm constantly mentioning his fastest laps, but that's because he's constantly putting them in, constantly going quicker, and now has a lovely margin over Ben McCloughery in second place. McCloughery, no slouch, putting in some blistering times as well, but just not able to keep up with Adam Holmes. Gap now over 1 second for the first time between Holmes and Ben McCloughery. And Adam Holmes, with 2 laps to go, looking to claim a C plate here at the Rotax Junior Maxes. As he heads through the final couple of corners now, Taff still looking for a move on Armstrong. Rory Armstrong looking to take that final podium place as TJ Taff just doing everything he can to try and catch the Northern Irish driver in front. They're all still practically identical in terms of the lap times. Armstrong a tenth of a second quicker, and then the rest of them are still in that infamous 52-1 range. We'll have 1 to go, and it's looking like it's going to be an Adam Holmes Junior Max C-Plate victory. Of course, top 3 in the championship of this. We'll get to test a Junior Mini potentially next year, with thanks to Murray Motorsport, of course. And Adam Holmes will excel in that if he is the one who gets the opportunity. Didn't race in round 1, did Holmes, but he has put himself in championship contention with his performances here today. They have been excellent. And with the heat wins, or with a heat win I should say, and now here with the final victory, the Mead man has put in an excellent shift. He'll be hoping the footballers can repeat his success in Crow Park, but it's been a victory for the county nonetheless, as he's entering in towards the final couple of corners. Massive gap over Ben McCloughery now. Taff not really close to Armstrong either, and the top 5 are fairly separated. But here he comes for the final couple of corners. Adam Holmes rounds through the double right-hander to finish. What a phenomenal victory for Adam Holmes, your Junior Max C-Plate champion. Fist pump of delight, hand out of the cart, and a job well done from Adam Holmes. He takes the victory, and Ben McCloughery in second. Good race from McCloughery nonetheless. And then it is Rory Armstrong in third. TJ Taff in fourth, ahead of Conan Warnock, Jason Park. Wesley Brereton will come home in seventh. Liam O'Hagan and Josh McDonnell. That's the Junior Maxes, and we'll have an interview coming up in a couple of seconds. So we're here with Alex Riley, winner of the Rotax Mini Max class. And Alex, dominance from you today. Were you as confident coming into today that you could dominate in the fashion you did?
I mean, yeah, I was fast on Saturday, so I think I had the pace to win on Sunday. So, I mean, after the first heat, I was pretty confident, and then the second heat, then the third heat, and then obviously the final, so pretty good.
On the lap times we noticed, you, even when you had a massive lead, you constantly pushed on and tried to go quicker and quicker. Where do you get that mentality from at such a young age?
I don't really know. I kind of just, when I'm at the front, I just try to stay consistent and just keep pushing because, you know, one mistake you could spin or something. I don't want to take that chance.
A brilliant mentality, Alex. We have a C plate for you and a €200 Rotax voucher. Congratulations. So it's our Rotax seniors who are out now, and it is going to be Dylan McDermott who starts on pole position. Ruben Kernahan will start in second, and this has been an up and down class all day. We've had 3 different heat winners. Kernahan won heat number 1, Nathan Glenn won heat number 2, and then it was Zach Leckie who won heat number 3. Kernahan has done well to get on the front row here. Took 2 consistent 5th places in heat 2 and heat 3. But keep an eye on Nathan Glenn into the first corner. He has been very quick through there on the opening lap. What seems like all day. Carter Mooney as well is on the second row. Keep an eye on him. Could spring a surprise in the opening couple of laps. But here we go then. Senior Maxes racing for the C plate. Here at round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge. It's foot to the floor and we go racing. Brilliant race start from Ruben Kernahan. He's got a much better launch in towards turn number 1, but crucially has that outside line. Still side by side here as they reach the apex of the corner, and Dylan McDermott will just about swoop round and lead. Great race start from McDermott, or sorry, not a great race start from McDermott, but just about holds on. Ruben Kernahan doing a good job off the line. Carter Mooney in third still seems to be there, as there's no drama through the first sector this time round. We're all still running and they're all still clean. Dylan McDermott just looking to put a few tenths of a second between himself and the field, give himself a bit of confidence in this opening phases. As you can see, Noah Taylor on the outside here looking for a move, but not going to find one as they cross the start-finish line. McDermott leads, Kernahan second, Mooney, Glenn, McMahon, Leckie, Byrne, Coogan, Riley, Kavanagh, Dunn, Taylor, Allen, Brereton, Larkin, Burke, Cooney, Shannon and Smith is the way they run. So all holding firm in the top 3, Nathan Glenn gaining a spot and up to 4th. Joseph McMahon gaining 2 spots and up to 5th. So Dylan McDermott still in the race lead, Ruben Kernahan in second. Carter Mooney then still in third. A little bit of space between them all, but it's not a massive margin for Dylan McDermott. Nathan Glenn probably fancies his chances of getting past Mooney soon. He needs to just get that little bit closer. They're all still very close together. There's a battle right at the back of the field between Cooney and Shannon. Kevin Shannon getting in front of Sean Cooney. Nice little gap for Dylan McDermott at the front of this one as far as senior max races go. He's leading, and comfortably, with 7 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, plus 1 lap, of course. As the battle for fourth rages on, we thought it was going to be Nathan Glenn who'd be pushing to try and get past Carter Mooney, but it's actually Joseph McMahon who's pushing Nathan Glenn. So the Nuts Corner ace having some trouble here at Whiteriver. And Joseph McMahon really putting Glenn under some pressure down the inside. What a move from Joseph McMahon. Caught Nathan Glenn napping, and that has caused Zach Leckie to get past Nathan Glenn as well. Just snuck one down the inside. Beauty of a move from Joseph McMahon. He gets ahead of Nathan Glenn and is up to fourth in this one. Great pace from Joseph. Might be able to have a say in this battle for the podium if he can crack on and catch Carter Mooney, as Mooney is all over the back of Ruben Kernahan here. So as they run, it's still McDermott, Ruben Kernahan, Carter Mooney, Joseph McMahon, Zach Leckie, Ruben Byrne. Then it is Nathan Glenn, Scott Riley, Nadine Kavanagh and Aaron Coogan to round out your top 10. So Nathan Glenn lost 3 positions on that lap. Disastrous for Glenn here in the final. He probably fancied himself for a C plate and extending the championship lead, but potentially gaining the championship lead over Zach Leckie, but it's not playing out like that. There's a very healthy lead for Dylan McDermott now, heading in towards turn number 1. Ahead of Ruben Kernahan and Carter Mooney. Joseph McMahon then in fourth. Not really gaining on the top 3. The big fight here is for second between Kernahan and Carter Mooney. Ruben Kernahan, of course, who won heat number 1 earlier today. He had a fabulous finale in round number 1. Came from 14th to 2nd in the finale. Hasn't had to do it like that here today, but he's looking for another strong second place, and that would put him in a nice spot in the championship. Of course, fourth coming into this, despite getting second in the final due to the poor heat races that he had. But he's ran strong here today. Nathan Glenn almost swapping places with Scott Riley, as there is a swap for 6th. And I think Glenn has got past Ruben Byrne. Yes, he has. And Ruben Byrne has been overtaken by Scott Riley as well, I believe. So that is 2 positions lost for Ruben Byrne. And it seems if you lose 1 spot, you're going to lose 2 here in this senior max race. Dylan McDermott leading by over a second now over the battle for second between Ruben Kernahan and Carter Mooney. Mooney throwing everything at it to try and get second, make it a DMS 1-2, which would be a great result in a class they put so much focus on. So still Dylan McDermott in the race lead, as now moved down the inside. That is Carter Mooney, who's finally got it done on Ruben Kernahan. Lovely move into turn 13. Gets the job done and is ahead of Ruben. Neat move for Carter Mooney, the former TKC Junior Max champion, the 2024 MI Senior Max champion. Carter had a great year last year. looking to have a great year this year here in the RMC, and having a great race anyways here in the RMC. 2 minutes and 40 left on the clock. As Dylan McDermott still in this race, lead by quite a margin at 1.3 now. There's Carter Mooney. Is there anything left in this race from potentially? There's a move here in the background as well. That's for 4th place. So I think that is... I think Joseph McMahon has lost that potentially to Zach Leckie. I think that could be Leckie who's just got in front of McMahon. That was a move for 4th anyways. So for the just off the podium places, which of course, as we've said, are important. It's the championship. It's a long, winding path, and especially when there's big prizes on offer for the championship come the end of the year. Three laps to go then. Three laps to go for Dylan McDermott. Carter Mooney second, and it's Kernahan, Leckie, McMahon. So that was Leckie getting McMahon, just to confirm. Glenn, Riley, there's Nadine Kavanagh, who got a spot on Ruben Byrne the last time. So Ruben Byrne's race has unfortunately gone down the drain a little bit. Started very high up, but has fallen down to 9th in this one. Then Noah Taylor, Aaron Coogan, Owen Dunn, Jay Larkin, and Tyler Bruton, Kevin Shannon, Keith Burke, Sean Cooney, and Josh Allen, who unfortunately isn't going to finish this race by the looks of things. All very spread out in the top battles in this one, which is not really what we've seen today in terms of Senior Max. It's been quite a close run affair, but Dylan McDermott is on course to win the final, having not won a single heat today. Came second, and 4th in the 3 heats, so he was up there and fighting for the win, but low starting positions in the heats unfortunately plagued him. We saw him have a lot of good battles and make a lot of crucial overtakes. And that gave him the pole position, which is allowing him to run away here in this one. Last lap board is shown. And here he is then, up the hill once again in towards the final corners. It has been a dominant showing in the final after some neat overtaking in the heat races. And Dylan McDermott for DMS is rounding through the final corners. And the Roscommon man is going to win the C-plate here for the Senior Maxes. Look, no hands across the line for Dylan McDermott as he takes the race win. Excellent job from him. Carter Mooney, his teammate, in second. Ruben Kernahan in third. Then it is Zach Leckie, Joseph McMahon, Nathan Glenn, Scott Riley, Nadine Kavanagh, Ruben Byrne, Noah Taylor, Aaron Coogan, Owen Dunn, Jay Larkin, Tyler Bruton, Kevin Shannon, Keith Burke, Sean Cooney, and Josh Allen to round us out for the Senior Maxes. More Senior Max action in a few moments' time with the Senior Max 177. We're here with Adam Holmes, winner of the Junior Max race. And Adam, all the hard work was really done in the earlier heats. You led from the front.
Yeah, qualified off pole after the heats and just tried to get P1 by turn 1 and just somehow got it and led from there.
In terms of the lap times, we saw your lap times were either 51.1 or 51 flat every single lap for the whole race. Is that consistency something you've worked on over the winter, something you want to perfect in your driving?
I think it's something everyone should perfect. Helps you win races, so yeah.
Adam, congratulations. We have a voucher and a C plate for you. You are the winner of the Junior Max Race of Champions. Senior Max 177's up next. And this has been a very exciting class all day. Simon Bowen will take the pole after his earlier success. Won heat number 1 and then battled hard for the wins in 2 and 3, but just wasn't able to take them. Second place in this one, Harry Fagan. This could be a great battle, this, between Bowen and Fagan. They've kind of been at each other all day out on track, and this could be a really good race. Of course, keep an eye on some of the carters behind as well. There's a lot of great drivers in this field. And the spoils have been split. Last round's winner, Mark Vassy, as well, could have something to say in this race. As now they come to the tram lines, and it's foot to the floor. We go racing here in Whiteriver for one of our final finales here. It's a great race start from Simon Bowen, who leads ahead of Harry Fagan in second. Porrig Dowdle with a good race start, and diving down the inside we see one of the DMS carts as Mark Vassy, you can just see him fighting there in fourth, just about stays ahead. As they head in towards turn number 7 and turn number 8. Still Simon Bowen in the race lead. Winner in heat number 1, of course. Didn't have the greatest success in heat 2, but won heat number 3. He's under pressure from behind in that 5-1-8. As they fly through the final corner, here's your runners as they stand. Simon Bowen race lead, Porrick Dowdle in second, Harry Fagan third, Mark Vassy fourth, and Anthony O'Connell in fifth. Liam Kearns is in sixth, and Mark Shields in seventh, and it's Brian Cherry, Paddy Fitzpatrick, Shane Cherry, Shane Lynch, sorry. There's not 3 Cherries, there's only 2. Shane Lynch, Dennis Cherry, Stephen O'Keefe, Gerard Healy, and Niall Murray. Niall actually not taking the flag there, so he's out of this one. But a healthy lead here for Simon Bowen. Already pulling a little bit of a gap, and Harry Fagan is looking to do something about that, but first he's to get past Porrick Dowdle. And we saw overtaking very difficult in this class early on. It's looking like it's going to be something similar here. So Simon Bowen with a lead of about 0.8 of a second. Dowdle in second, under pressure from Harry Fagan. Fagan looking to just try and make the move. The driver from McCart Motorsport from Delvin, County Westmeath. A two-time Leinster champion in karting, of course, and has podiumed many a time in Motorsport Ireland, especially here in Whiteriver. But he needs to try and find a way past Dowdle here if he wants to challenge Simon Bowen for the victory for the seaplane. As they all go line astern through turn number 2. Turn number 2 not causing as many problems as it did earlier on in the day. The car is all getting used to it. Fastest lap in that one, on that lap, and the fastest lap overall now actually belongs to Dennis Cherry in 10th position with a 53 flat. So a lot of quick times being put in, but Dennis Cherry with the quickest of them. Simon Bowen still with a nice lead over Pádraig Dowdle. And there's just no way past for Harry Fagan. We saw this in heat number 3 when Mark Vassy was able to defend from Anthony O'Connell. Anthony O'Connell just could not find a way past. Just couldn't do anything about it. And it seems to be a similar situation in the battle for second here. Simon Bowen flying at the front. 6 minutes plus a lap to go. And then, of course, we'll have one more final coming up after this one for our Miami X30 Juniors. Battle for fourth, very close in this one. That's Mark Vassy, who is defending from Anthony O'Connell. A familiar sight, but a deja vu for Anthony. And that's exactly how Heat 3 played down in the battle for the win. Simon Bowen now with a nice lead of over a second for the first time, but Harry Fagan has got past Pádraig Dowdle, so his challenge now is to try and close in Simon. He's doing a good job of it initially, got the fastest lap on the last lap, and Simon is looking to just keep him at bay, but Harry Fagan, even visibly you can see, is catching Simon. We could have a battle on our hands here yet to come in the Senior Max 177s, which I think the race deserves because it's been a fabulous class all morning and afternoon. I think it deserves a real good ending. It's a bit further down, no movers or shakers, but the two Cherries are almost neck and neck, both setting almost identical times and only 0.3 away from each other. Gap closing between Simon Bowen and Harry Fagan. Harry Fagan wants to add another chapter to the tale of the Senior Max 177 Race of Champions. As you can just see Bowen sliding through the final corner, struggling a little bit. Harry Fagan quicker by 0.3 of a second on the last lap. So there is a fight to come, but remember, these cars are hard to overtake in. So even if Fagan does catch Bowen, there might be something left in this one for Simon.
Attention paddock, could the parent guardian crowd.
Look how close it is at the front of this one. It's the gap we didn't necessarily expect, and Simon Bowen is under a whole world of pain from Harry Fagan right behind. Fagan got to look for this one, and he has caught. He's 2 minutes and 50 seconds plus a lap to try and pass Simon in front. This could be a real close ending in the Senior Max 177s. Oh, we've someone off. We have someone gone off, and that was for the battle for the podium. They're disappointing. Seem to have gone straight off at turn number 3, and a horrible end to the day. We've had a few issues. I think at first glance it could be Mark Vassie, the championship leader, but not too sure. We'll get confirmation on the timing screen when they come back round. I think it looks like Mark Vassie stood up anyways, but we'll wait and see. It's the battle for the race lead. Here we go. Battle for the race lead. Harry Fagan leads it. He's got past Simon Bowen, and Simon, for the first time, does not lead here as they cross the line with 2 minutes to go. Harry Fagan is in the race lead. Excellent move by Fagan, and he's on course to win here. It was Mark Vassie. It was Mark Vassie who pulled off and now walking across the grass. A horrid end to the day for the championship leader. Harry Fagan was 6th last time out in Nuts Corner in the final. He's leading here with an excellent move on Simon Bowen. And he's got a couple of tenths of a second over Simon as well, so it's not looking like Simon has the pace to keep up with Harry Fagan. Winner of Heat 2, of course, was Fagan. Only came 5th in heat number 3, but the heats matter not, it's the final you want to win. And yes, fastest lap last time round for Harry Fagan. He wants to win this, he's on course to win this, and unless he's the cause of his own demise, it's looking like he will win this. 52.5 on the last lap for Harry, compared to a 52.8 for Simon Bowen. Harry Fagan comfortably in front of Simon Bowen, maybe even running the risk of being caught by Anthony O'Connell here, who's had a great race, and he's excelling after getting past Brian Cherry. The fight, or not Brian Cherry, apologies, Mark Vassie. The battle for 4th, Porrick Dowdle is under a bit of pressure from Liam Kearns and Paddy Fitzpatrick as well. I said this earlier about Paddy. He loves to come into the race late. Always a force to be reckoned with in the last 3-4 laps is Paddy Fitzpatrick, for whatever reason, but he always seems to be. And he is here again in 6th spot, lapping the same as the two guys in front of him. Brian Cherry has been shown the meatball flag for whatever reason, so maybe a bit of oil spilling out of the back or a bit of damage or something for Brian. And now 1 to go. Last lap board is out. Simon Bowen has had a good last lap here, it seems, and he is catching Harry Fagan. Is there one more twist in this tale of the Senior Max 177s? Who's to know? But it's all looking like it's going to be a good win for Fagan. Now heading up the hill for the final time, Harry Fagan has about 0.5 of a second over Simon Bowen, and bar any disasters in the last sector, it's looking like he is going to take the win. Oh, has a bit of a slide there. That one might have been a bit of nerves, but not far from County Meath. It's the Westmeath man day, and Harry Fagan wins the race at Champions here in the Senior Max 177s. An excellent win for Harry, clawed in Simon Bowen phenomenally on the last lap to take the win. Anthony O'Connell comes home in 3rd, then it will be Porrick Dowdle in 4th, Liam Kearns 5th, Paddy Fitzpatrick in 6th, Mark Shields in 7th, Brian Cherry in 8th, Stephen O'Keefe then in 9th ahead of Shane Lynch in 10th, and it's Dennis Cherry, Mark Vassie and Jared Healy. The latter two unfortunately not making the end. One more to go then, and it will be the Miami X30 Juniors. So we're here with our senior Max Race of Champions winner, Dylan McDermott. And Dylan, 3 very entertaining heat races for you. There was a lot of brilliant overtakes.
Yeah, I had a good first and second heat. Got good starts and got up very quickly, and just got in the right positions and got P1 got starting first for the final. So it was very good.
We see a lot of moves in towards turn 13, but you were making them into different corners. You had a few down the inside in towards turn number 4. Is that something you actively seek out to do? You try to go for moves in the unconventional corners to catch people out?
I wouldn't say so. It's just if I see a gap, I'll go for it. And if I wouldn't want to have to wait behind someone and get stuck behind them. So if I'm able to get past them anywhere, I'll go for it, I suppose.
And then in the final, as you said, you started from pole position, led from the front. From an outside perspective, it looked like an easy drive home. I think you're going to say something different, though.
It was long and it was very hard on the body and all, but no, it was just very consistent and just got a good gap, and yeah, it was a good race.
Dylan, congratulations, our C-plate winner, and there's a voucher there for you as well. A job well done.
Cheers, thank you.
So it's our Miami X30 Juniors out on circuit now for our final race of the day. Not racing for a C plate, but a final nonetheless, and one they'll want to win. It's going to be Aaron Murphy who starts on the pole, with Michaela Hart alongside. Third place, keep an eye on Eric Glissenon and Jamie Peoples as well. For the final corner then, and for the final time today, we go racing in Whiteriver. Great start for Michaela Hart actually on the outside, but very difficult to go around the outside through Whiteriver turn number 1. And it is going to be Aaron Murphy who has the race lead. Eric Glissenon then in third, and then it will be Martin Shannon in fourth, ahead of Jamie Peoples and Joey Kearney. And a little bit of argy-bargy moves. That is Jamie Peoples, who unfortunately is the victim of the contact once again, and Joey Kearney overtaking. But great race start, very solid start for Aaron Murphy. He's been phenomenal all day. Won 2 of the 3 heats, with Michaela Hart taking the other one. And Aaron Murphy in the race lead here by quite a margin already. Hart is going to have to get her foot down and try and catch the race leader. So it is Aaron Murphy, Michaela Hart, Eric Glissenon, Martin Shannon, Joey Kearney, and then Jamie Peoples. That is your running order. As Michaela Hart still keeping with Aaron Murphy, not letting Aaron have it all his own way. As the battle for third quite close once again between Eric Glissenon and Mark Shannon. Very similar to Heat 2 so far here in this race. If you remember Heat 2, we had a great battle between Hart and Murphy, and then a great battle behind between Glissenon and Shannon, and then poor Jamie Peoples was hit out of the way. So it's very, very similar in the early race phases. 7 minutes and 50 seconds plus a lap to go here in this one, our final race of the day here at the RMC Round 2 in Whiteriver Park. As Glissenon has to defend from Martin Shannon here. Shannon was putting Glissenon under pressure as they bumped down the straight, the OHR carters. Fastest lap as expected, belonging to Aaron Murphy. 51.5 for Murphy, 51.6 for Hart. So still lapping fairly quickly, but Murphy just about that 1/10 of a second quicker, and that is where he's pulling the margin over Michaela. But Michaela with a valiant effort so far, and look, one little mistake from Aaron and this race is wide open. Still Aaron Murphy in the race lead, and this has been a very good lap from Murphy. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it go purple. With Michaela Hart in second, it is still Eric Glissenon in third, Martin Shannon in fourth, although Shannon looking for the move on Glissenon, not able to find it though. Joey Carney in 5th, and then it is Jamie Peoples in 6th. And yeah, it was the fastest lap last time round for Aaron Murphy, as expected. You can see he's flying out there. 51.3 for Aaron. Five minutes on the clock then in this one. Aaron Murphy, your dominant race leader, and bar any issues, is going to take this one here in the X30 Juniors. Not racing for a C-plate, of course, but still racing for pride more than anything else here in our guest class this weekend. And it's been a quite entertaining one, of course. Martin Shannon just getting right close to Eric Glacena and just not able to find a way past, it seems, despite them being so close on lap times. 51.7 last time round for Glacena, 51.8 for Shannon. Aaron Murphy's done 3 51.3s in a row, and if that doesn't explain the dominant lead he has, I don't know what does. 1.4 seconds as they crossed the start-finish line the last time. It was the gap between Aaron Murphy and Michaela Hart in the 7.15 and the 25. Battle for third still rages on, but once again, and kind of the theme of the afternoon, Eric Glacena just about has enough to stay in front of Martin Shannon. Shannon almost following him around at this point. Needs to try chuck one down the inside, maybe see can he create something, or try force Glacena into a mistake. But Eric Glacena, a lot of experience, as we have alluded to many a time today. Went to the Miami World Finals in 2023, so there's a lot of racing talent at the wheel of these karts. Michaela Hart, of course, in second, just in front of those. From Galway, racing for DMS. Took part in the Champions of the Future programme, so another talented racer at the wheel. And then Aaron Murphy, do we need to say anything more? In terms of talent, dominant at the front, and another fastest lap, 51.180, 0.4 of a second quicker than anyone else in this field. Martin Shannon right in the tail of Eric Glacena. Very close indeed, but not able to find a way past. Two minutes to go now, plus a lap, of course. And the Miami X30 Juniors. Possibly 3 more laps then in this one for Aaron Murphy before he'll see the X30 Juniors home, and there's no touching it. It's a dominant win if he takes it for Aaron Murphy in the 7.15 machine. Michaela Hart in a strong second, and then Eric Glacena will take third. That's kind of been the theme of the day. Apart from Eric Glacena, he took second in Heat 3. And then, of course, Hart and Murphy swapped round in Heat number 2. Murphy just heading up the hill now for the second final time. The last lap board is at the ready. And he is ready to crown himself the victor of the day. Phenomenal pace all day since the morning. And he's a credit to OHR. Battle still relatively close for third, but Martin Shannon hasn't been able to make a move on Eric Lesenin all day, so there's nothing to suggest he's going to be able to on this last lap, unless he finds a sudden surge of pace somewhere. Closer in towards turn number 3. Oh, hopped over the curb, was sideways for a moment. That would have led to a cool photograph. As down the hill, up the hill for one final time, Aaron Murphy will be our final victor. And our victor here in our guest class. A brilliant win for him after winning 2 heats. It is gonna be Murphy's Law around Whiteriver. Murphy dominates and takes the win in the X30s. The wrong flag is waved, but that is the checker. So I hope Aaron Murphy does know that is the checkered flag, and he has taken victory. Michaela Hart in second, Eric Lesenin in third, Martin Shannon in fourth, Joey Kearney in fifth, and Jamie Peoples in sixth. I hope Aaron Murphy doesn't think that he's just been given a track limits penalty or something. That was the checkered flag. And what a way to end a Miami X30 Junior class. So we're here with Harry Fagan, winner of our Senior Max 177s. The heat races, bit of a mixed bag, but very consistent from you this morning.
Yeah. Very tough in Heat 1. Heat 2 I thought was quite nice. Heat 3 was tough again, starting from further down. And then the final went smooth.
The final went smooth. We saw Simon get a real big lead on you, but you managed to get up to second and then just cut into his lead lap after lap, and then a really good overtake to take the win. How did that feel?
That felt amazing. Overtaking him. I seen him come back at me, and I blocked him, and then I won.
You've won yourself, of course, a C plate. Looking forward to sticking it on the card?
Of course I am.
So that is Harry Fagan, winner of the Senior Max 177s. A nice voucher and a C plate for yourself. Thank you very much.
them back up.